Recording in progress.
Mimi, whenever you're ready.
Jesse's taken the helm.
Planning Board is now in session. First item on the agenda is a discussion item, 264 Corderville Road, minor site plan approval. Corinne?
Sure. I'll give you a quick update. Just bear with me. So at the last meeting on February 12th, we continued to this evening. There were some concerns due to abutters' concerns with the project. Some of those being screening and fencing along Woodland Road. So Peter Bemis with Engineering Design Consultants provided a revised submittal, which includes a plan that shows there were kind of three options. And in speaking with Peter during the past week, his first option would have been to keep the plan as provided in the last submission. And then he provided a sketch where instead of the picket fence, he would replace that with a 6-foot-high stockade fence. And then the third, which is the full-size set of plans that we received, was the option of putting red cedar trees along Woodland Road, which are at a higher density than the maples would have been. And I don't think there was any other significant change to the plan except for that mulched areas, grassed areas previously would now be mulched. And Peter can define those more when he presents it. So we did receive that revised submittal on February 22nd, included a cover letter explaining the sketch with the potential just fence change, and then a set of plans that showed the change in vegetation and fencing along Woodland Road. Let's see what else. We also received some email comments from abutters, which we can describe more if they're here to speak on that. And that brings us to tonight. So if we do have to continue tonight, if that is the case, I have an extension request that would need to continue the minor site plan. Although it's not a public hearing, we like to keep that so that we can file that with the town clerk.
Thank you, Corinne. Mr. Bemis?
Good evening. So as this project started, this started with the Zoning Board of Appeals approval, which conditioned our approval from them for selling vehicles at the site on items that were listed in their decision, and part of it was the fencing screening along Woodland Road. So we have three options for that. A picket fence with trees, a stockade fence with trees, or 19 eastern red cedars, a native indigenous plant that's salt tolerant along Woodland Road. And we had proposed to put a section of panel fence along along Corderville Road. And in lieu of not putting in any fence, I don't want to have a fence contractor just come for a small amount of fence. We were going to take those same cedars and put those in place of that fence. So that would certainly give the board the option of those three things, which is what the zoning board was looking for approval on. The zoning board also required that the concrete island that used to be in front of the building be removed. That has since been removed. They had suggested a restriction on parking spaces, and it didn't really require which one at the time. Our plan identified that there would be employee spaces only. That's what the site plan does show now, employee-only parking spaces on the south side. The egress to the site would be through Corderville Road only. We have a traffic management plan that does that. The plans recite that, so that's satisfied. Hours of operation are listed on the plans. No idling of vehicles along Woodland Road. Again, traffic management is taking care of that. And then a clear demarcation on what vehicles would be in what spaces for sale or transition or sold cars. All those are on the plans. And then the only reason why we would have to go back to the zoning board would be if the board was to grant us more parking spaces for sale of cars. We never asked for that. We don't expect you to condition a decision on that, so we don't expect to go back to the zoning board of appeals. I believe we have a complete application before you. The board, it's really at the board's pleasure on which they feel would be the best option for screening along Woodland Road. I did reach out to the abutters that have participated in the process. I've spoke to each of them individually. If there's an email, I didn't receive one, so I really have no further comment other than I did reach out, and I'm hopeful that I have support from the abutters because I believe we put forward an improved and much better site plan. That's pretty much it. You do have the plan. Everything is on there that you folks have asked for to date. And the full-size plan does show the eastern red cedars 8 feet on center along Woodland Road. And if the board was to go back to the other plan, you currently do have that plan on record with no other changes that would be necessary because the mulch would be put in if we're going to plant evergreens, and if we're not going to plant evergreens, then it would be loam and seed, which is the previous plan stated. And the only issue would be the stockade fence would replace the picket fence. So, and I gave you a detail for that. That's it. Be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Houlihan?
Thank you, Mr. Bemis. I know you said you've been in discussions with the abutters. I know Nancy and Laura specifically. I know they've kind of approached both the cedars as well as a fence with some lives, so I think you've given us the optionality, so thank you for that. I know that roadway on Woodland is a little bit difficult because it's mostly cement, so I think that the worry there is how do you actually ensure that that stuff stays alive if you were to put it in, which I think is a reasonable concern considering there's really no grass or for the planting or for them to grow or really maintain their roots. So I think from the perspective of what the board's asked and what we've heard from the butters, specifically the ones that have been part of the process, I think the screening meets the requirements. And then I think it's just up to the board to make that decision. So I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Murray?
Hi, Peter. Thank you. I just one question. We, in some of the materials we received, we did get an additional video of a delivery on Sunday. And so one of the conditions in the draft right now is, the normal hours of operation that are listed and deliveries and Sunday closed for business, and deliveries to the site shall only be during business hours. And so how can we assure that deliveries won't happen outside of business
So the only
hours?
thing that
'Cause I think that's what happened.
Right, no, and I don't believe that there is a delivery for a vehicle that's going to be for sale at the site. There is actually no sales allowed at the site at the moment. There is still a repair facility, so I believe what that would have been is a car broke down and they delivered it to the site for repair work. I don't know how that gets distinguished because the facility is doing two functions, and it does have the ability to do two functions. So clearly, no cars that are going to be offered for sale can be delivered outside of those business hours. That's what the decision says. That's what the Zoning Board of Appeals decision says as well. But they are still a repair facility, so if someone's car breaks down on Route 9, they're going to deliver it to the site for repair work. So I would just hope that that accommodation could be made, because that's the only type of delivery that could happen outside of business hours. That's it. And they should be held accountable for that. I would expect them to be. But there still has to be a provision for them to get a car outside of the window, as long as it's not a car for sale. And I don't know how we distinguish that, but I'm sure we can find a way.
Thank Thank you.
Just before you move on from that topic, I just want to point out, Peter, and to the board, that in the draft decision that was discussed at the last, or that has been provided to you, there is a condition number 7 that indicates deliveries to the site shall only be during business hours, no idling of delivery vehicles. There is no distinction between what type of vehicle gets delivered in our draft decision.
Thank you.
I mean, just to say that's, if you're stuck on the road and you have a tow truck coming and you tell the tow truck where to bring your car, they're gonna, I mean, I agree with Mr. Bemis, they're gonna bring it to where you say, and it might be after hours. So I don't think we can do anything further. I'd love to, but I don't think we can.
Miss Luttrell.
Yes, thank you, Peter, for reaching out to the abutters. That was very helpful. From the emails that I read, I think that it seemed that the consensus was they would like to see those eastern red cedars, but with the stipulation that they're maintained and in perpetuity. And I think we have a condition that requires that they be maintained, repaired, and replaced to remain in compliance with the site plan. So I'm comfortable with that. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, some of the hardtop is being removed and mulch put in its place to plant those trees, or how are they getting?
That's right.
Planted.
And I would assume that some of the existing soil conditions there would be improved to support the growth of the tree as well. So there would have to be some excavation work to do that. Because I mean, we're going to plant these trees, and I expected you to have that condition that they be maintained. I mean, there's quite an investment that's going to be made to do this. So they'll be taken care of.
Okay. Yeah.
Mimi, just while you're still on that topic, I just want to point out something briefly that I've noticed that some of the paving on the site there's potholes and it's kind of breaking apart a little bit. Is there any intention that will be fixed, resurfaced, or anything like that? Because part of the site plan is the surface and how it's proposed, and it does look like it's taken some wear and tear there on the Corderville side especially.
Right. It has, because the work was done in 2015, and it probably didn't get as much preparation as it needed. I don't see that being a problem to repair any damaged pavement in the area as well.
So the board might consider that a condition, even though it's required as part of the site plan that the surface is what is proposed, or staying as existing. You'd still have to meet like the 2015 surfacing there, because you're not changing that surfacing anyway.
That's right. We're not going to extend it further.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure they're aware. Sorry, Mimi, back to you.
Oh, that's fine. And our code requires that the trees are all a minimum of 3-inch caliper.
But these are eastern red cedars, so there's a height that we listed for them.
Okay.
And you've got the one thing I will say to you is that you have to put in a tree that's going to be able to be nurtured in that location and grow from that location. And we're putting in a reasonably sized tree. We're going to put in a 6-foot fence. We're going to put a 6 to 7 foot eastern red cedar in place. And as I described to the neighbors when I spoke with them, these trees aren't going to just get sunk into the ground. They're going to stick up a bit from the ground. So they're going to reed probably 7 to 8 feet on day one when they get planted. And they just have to be given enough time to grow. So it's only natural to expect that. But to put large vegetation in and not have the ideal situation for them to grow in is just not a good recipe. So.
Okay. And I would also like to echo a concern voiced by Ms. DeMaria that it appears that the new tenants aren't really making an effort to be considerate of the residential neighborhood that they're in. And, you know, they're going to be watched very closely, so it would behoove them better for their business and better for the neighborhood if they try to be more considerate. I know this is a difficult lot, but everyone has to make an effort to work together.
No disagreement. I did mention to the attorney that's involved in the project, there needs to be a do and don'ts list.
Yeah.
And they need to follow it, no question.
And also, I would suggest that we add the delivery of vehicles shall enter the south driveway from Corderville Road and exit through the north driveway onto Corderville, in our conditions on the site plan, just to be consistent with the zoning board conditions.
Could I interject? So the
Sure.
zoning board was basically just saying if a vehicle is coming to deliver vehicles to the site, if it's traveling from the south, it needs to continue going north. If it comes in from the north, it needs to continue going south. That's what the objective was. Basically not to be turning around in some manner. Because there will be some vehicles that come from the north to this site, they just need to continue going south and then find their direction back if they need to go north, not turning around. And I know a lot of vehicles come from the south because of the Odessa facility in Framingham. That is probably where that language may have stemmed from. But there will be times when vehicles do come to this site from the north. They just need to continue traveling south.
So the concern was that they'd pull in from the north and have their lights shining on the homes on Woodland instead of continuing across in front of the building.
I didn't recall it that way. They're supposed to be doing the car offloading in front of the building. So there shouldn't
Right.
be any cars going into the parking lot, then, to my knowledge. None of those
But I think-
delivery vehicles should be doing that.
Right. They shouldn't, but somehow I'd like to memorialize that in the decision. Because I think they have been.
Okay, but I think you can do that by again, telling them the vehicle is to continue traveling north, continue traveling south, and to discharge vehicles in front of the building.
Okay.
That would be a better way of writing your decision than, I mean, if you're trying to avoid the lights going in, then we don't pull straight into the parking lot with the delivery vehicle. I'm fine with that.
And that's on the
Okay.
west side, building on the west side. So on the side of the building, which is on the west side, right?
Yes, oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
And then another request from the abutters were no balloon streamer banners to bring attention to the cars for sale. I think that would violate our sign bylaw, but it doesn't hurt mentioning.
Okay, seems reasonable.
Mimi, you said balloons, streamers, and?
Banners,
Okay, thank you. On the parked vehicles.
yeah, to draw attention to the vehicles for sale.
Okay, thanks.
And that's all I got. Thanks again, Peter.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brascio?
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, Peter. Thank you for meeting with the abutters. I'm not going to add too much to what's already been said, other than if I can stress one final time for you, the level of confidence for the abutters with vehicles coming in and out of there and making sure that they are only drop-offs for repairs. I'll be honest with you, with all the pictures and everything that we've seen, I'm not confident that there won't be cars dropped off on the off hours. And anything they can do to be a good neighbor within the neighborhood, Peter, to stress to them once again how important it is that they abide by the time that the neighbors, have a life to live, and they shouldn't necessarily be policing or, checking after a business that's in a residential neighborhood. That's it. Thank you.
No, thank you. I mean, I hope the site plan has put enough teeth in that process, and then they have a discretionary permit to secure from the Board of Selectmen, and it has to be renewed frequently. So there's certainly some teeth in that, too. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we go take any further steps, I just want to talk about the order of conditions real quick. Have you seen the draft decision?
What Karina had sent, and I didn't see anything that was that clear. I didn't see
Well,
anything
Karina
new.
just drew attention. I kind of would like Mr. Bemis to have this as well.
Did you bring a copy of your draft decision? I'd have to print one up if you
I think
don't
I have.
one.
Was it from the
Maybe I
email,
have.
right?
No, I got it right here.
It's the one we sent, there's only one draft decision, February 12th, 2024.
Do you mind if I?
Yeah, I'm going to give this to you, Peter.
Okay.
Oh, thanks, Jim.
It's all yours. Okay, so
I just
I
need
mean, we've made a lot of progress, but I feel like we might be at a challenge point here with condition number 7 relative to condition number 6. So condition number 6 reads, hours of operation shall be limited to Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., Saturday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., and Sunday closed for business. Condition 7 reads, deliveries to the site shall be during business hours. No idling of delivery vehicles. So there is no distinction between what the intended use is of a delivery.
Yeah, but the delivery of vehicles for sale was definitely agreed to be done during those hours of operation. And actually, I want to stay one step closer. I think it said there would be a cutoff, so we're not doing it right at closing
Yeah.
time, too. But that's okay. I mean, but the delivery of a vehicle for repair should be able to be completed outside of that timeline.
So what we're looking at right now is the ZBA special permit that was issued in
Yeah, I have it. I have that
2023.
with me.
And we're just making reference so we can clarify,
Okay.
because we're hearing what you're saying. So in that, it was conditioned upon planning board giving consideration to the hours of operation of the sales office.
Right.
It says
which
sales
open for
office.
Right, open for business, because like I said to you before, they have a business,
Mm-hmm.
they're not restricted from going into that business, but their hours of operation to be open to the public will be from those hours.
So, Peter, where does it say in the ZBA decision that the site can receive delivery of vehicles for repair at any time?
Well, it didn't. It also didn't say anything else either about the delivery of vehicles.
So this is
Other
a-
than idling them off of
mean-
Woodland Road.
My position on this is a tough site.
Yeah,
So,
which is why we did the site plan. Yeah, agreed.
and part of the site plan is conditions of use.
Right, but you're hamstringing them to be able to take repair vehicles outside of business hours. I mean, if someone's car breaks down outside of those hours, that doesn't seem right. It's not, I don't think there's gonna be a high frequency of this, but there has to be the ability to do it. And it
I'm
just-
not sure that, I mean, when you say there has to be the ability to do that,
with some, at least some event, you can't prohibit it, is all I'm saying.
on
I don't know if we,
Sundays, it's one day a week.
so if you're, I would like to probably ask the client, but I guess if they were to forego being able to get deliveries outside of business hours the other 6 days of the week, then I guess that may make some sense. And just Sundays, they never get deliveries. And then they would have to just tell the tow truck companies, you do not go to this site, and you have
Yeah.
to go to another location.
I mean, that's my position, but what I think we'll do now, because that was my only question at this point, is maybe just go through the board and see, do we want to, or maybe I'll pose this to you, since you're here. Do we want to ask the proponent to continue so he can consult with his client? Or do we want to go through the decision at this point? So we'll just take the consensus of the board. Ms. William?
Yeah, this is a tough one. I completely understand that this was relative, as saying that use could be for delivery of repair or sales. Clearly, this whole site plan was to incorporate the use of sales as a facility of the site plan. The delineation of the delivery, I mean, I'm a little challenged if that's my mechanic and I break down on the pike and I have to take my car somewhere, I now have to find a new mechanic as a disabled vehicle driver versus getting it delivered on a Sunday. I don't know how. I mean, I'm not sure about the facility owners currently, because they seem to be having some challenges with some of the just abiding to being a good neighbor. And we've gotten the videos and we've gotten the pictures, so I can't trust that will be in good faith. A bit of me would prefer to have you go back to them to talk about the stipulation if they would be willing to forego deliveries on Sundays. I understand the quagmire we're in, but I also want to be respectful of the neighborhood, and it is a difficult location. So my vote is to have you go back, and if there's something that they can add in writing to stipulate that they would be willing to forego deliveries of anything on Sundays.
So the other
Thanks.
dilemma I've had in this transition period, because we had the tenant that kind of all of this was drafted around, and then they lost confidence in the process and left. And then a new tenant came in, and that's been the dilemma we've all faced. So they're and the guardrails, and as I said to the abutters, the guardrails really aren't up. We're trying to put them up, so they stay inside those guardrails, so to speak. So that's been the challenge for all of us to deal with in this process.
Thanks. We're just going through the board on the consensus
Yeah,
at
so
this
so I'm
point.
just going to say, no, I was going to say, I don't, there's nothing that's forcing us to make a decision this evening. As I said to you 2 weeks ago, I want to get it right. We've spent too much time to get to this point. I don't, just to have one board member reluctant. I know you had already kind of spoke your reluctance, Chairman Stein. So I would just say, let's continue. Is there a meeting in a week or 2 weeks?
Look, is that the consensus on the board? I can't see Mimi and
Yeah.
Lisa. Mimi, you good with that?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes,
Okay.
So, Peter,
Do you want to turn it?
sorry. So, Peter, we have an extension
I'll
request,
do
which
it.
you need to sign for today, and then Jesse will sign as the acting chair, and we'll put your name there after. We'll cross it. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask a question?
Please.
So, so are we asking if they're willing to take no deliveries outside of business hours, or just no deliveries on Sundays?
It's the same thing. If we're looking at the order of conditions as they are now,
Right.
it's basically ensuring, this is why I asked Mr. Bemis to look at the decision at the same time as we're discussing this, because it's really straightforward on the draft decision, the condition that deliveries to the site shall be only during business hours. And then if you look at business hours, as I said, it's Monday to Friday, 9 to 6, Saturday, 10 to 4, and nothing on Sunday.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
So I gave you the extension. Thank you.
Anything, anybody from the public want to speak? Any questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Bemis. Next item is public hearing, special permit to amend Chapter 174-9 to include an expiration for special permits as required by Mass General Law, C 40A, Section 9.
So while we're preparing our information here, I think this is ZBA. I'm sorry, I was jumping to MBTA. He would have had a heart attack. Okay. Hold on, I'll give you an update. Sorry, we've been extremely busy, so. So at the last meeting on February 12th, it was the opening of the public hearing for the proposed addition of language to Section 174-9 special permit that speaks to the terms and the time of which a special permit lapses, and then the option of a one-year extension if it's requested. And just to recap, the original draft language had the applicant shall be granted a single one-year extension, and the select board indicated at a prior meeting that they recommend it should say the applicant may be granted a single one-year extension. And again, this is similar to what we do with major site plan and LID special permits for lower impact development. We haven't received any questions or inquiries. It seems pretty straightforward for us, so we haven't received any unless you have.
Okay, yeah, I actually spoke briefly with Jim Hegarty on his thoughts as far as town meeting, and he kind of said, like, it's a little bit digging into the weeds, like how many people are really going to be worried about this? So my thought is to just be prepared at the town meeting for, whatever somebody might be interested in, like how many special permits are there? What's the normal time that it takes for them to be activated on, which Laura Davis has already done some research on that. So, yeah, in a way, I'm not really surprised. It's getting a little bit into the weeds of the code, but I appreciate the support from Selectman Stivers and the planning board.
Okay, and just for the record, it's David Williams
Oh, I'm
speaking
sorry.
as chair of the
Yes, David
zoning
Williams,
board of
Chair
appeals.
of the South.
So our recording clerk knows.
Board of Appeals, yeah, right.
Okay.
I'm usually not good about doing that myself. And
Yeah, I know, I forget to. And we may have someone from the public who has a question now.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Ms. Houlihan?
I have no questions.
Mr. Maria?
I don't have any questions either. Nicely done.
Ms. Latrell?
No questions. Thank you.
Ms. Braccio?
No questions, thank you.
Anyone from the public? Would you go to the mic, please, Jack? And introduce yourself.
John Bartolini Jr., 4 Wyeth Circle. I don't have a big deal with this thing, but I'd like to strike out a single one-year extension. I don't think we need to pigeonhole the ZBA or the town into one extension. And there's many reasons for this. It takes a long time to get permits in this town. So somebody can come for a special permit, get it granted, and then conservation, planning board, stormwater, curb cuts, utilities, it just takes a long time. And your permit could lapse. You could get into that one-year thing. Then extenuating circumstances happen. The latest one is COVID, supply shortages. The FDIC takes over the bank. I've seen all these things over the years. Bankruptcies, divorces, sicknesses. David, you really want to be, the ZBA really want to be listening to something over and over again? You have the right here, it says may grant, so without good cause. There's plenty of good causes, but you get into one single year, then you'll be hearing it over again.
I mean,
Just strike single and just make it, 1 year at a time.
all right. I mean, I'm not necessarily against that suggestion. We did discuss what was reasonable. And I mean, it was interesting, just in reality, it was only looking back at the last year. Almost every special permit is exercised within, a matter of months rather.
Usually.
Usually, yeah. And so the board felt like 2 years is reasonable, but that extenuating circumstances like those you listed could certainly occur, and the 1 year extension was reasonable. I mean, I don't think your suggestion is
No, I don't think so.
unreasonable, but I mean, I'm kind of curious what the planning board thinks about that.
Excuse me, while you're on that topic, I just want to point out that I know that in working with Lara, she was trying to align with other sections of the code to make sure we have this kind of the same language.
Right.
So in site plan, under section 174-10F, there's a paragraph about, similar to that, major site plan lapses in 1 year. If you don't get, and then you can ask for an extension. And the language there says that the actions allowed by the site plan approval are authorized for a 1 year period from the date of grant thereof. And here's the part: the applicant shall be granted a single 1 year extension by applying to the planning board in writing prior to the date of expiration. If the actions permitted are not exercised or the approval not extended, they shall lapse, and a new application notice and hearing will be required.
So that is, that the current language
In your-
for the warrant is consistent with,
Yeah, in
That's-
yours, it's very similar, except that it says an extension will only be granted for good cause and at the discretion of the special permit granting authority. So I know with the special permit for lid, it's similar as well to how you have it written, so.
yeah. I would also say that would be pretty rare then to go beyond 3 years, wouldn't you agree?
Say that to go for how long?
Well, for like the extenuating circumstances that would cause you to go beyond 2, and then with the 1 additional,
It is rare, but
I mean, that,
you guys don't remember when the FDIC came in and all the banks were going under, and it was just a nightmare. And, Don Morris and his board had to work through all that and all kinds of things. So I would say theirs should be changed and yours should go.
I
Just
mean,
need more flexibility, it
Yeah.
just works better.
understood, yeah. I do kind of feel like I just try to act within what the board wants to do. That's what we voted on. I think we're pretty much up against the time period for the warrant, right? So, I mean, it may be, this may be something better off to be raised at town meeting. I just don't know if we're changing that at this point. Simply because the ZBA is, trying to remember when we're next scheduled to meet, but we were going to have one this week, and actually we decided not to have it because we had nothing on the agenda. So my fear is that we're not going to meet before, this needs to be submitted.
And it may not have been vetted, that
Correct.
approach would likely have to be vetted by town council for you to make sure that it's not contradictory to
Right.
the intent of what you're trying to do.
Okay.
Because I know in the past that, at least from my experience on this board, the goal was the whole idea was so that projects didn't linger so long. And I understand, Jack, what you're saying about, conditions of pandemics and supply chains and
There's so
such.
much stuff. I mean, you get over the COVID, and then all of a sudden you can't get material. So then what do you do?
It may be, I just want to be, Colleen brings up a good point. It may be referring to only 1 year at a time. Let me see, the applicant may be granted a single 1 year extension. No, it's supposed to be, because I know from site plan that once you have 1 extension, you can't come back for another.
Right.
So the intent is that, you got to get your project going and.
Right, and I think the ZBA, our discussion was clear on that too, that it's not to keep coming back for more and more. The thought was a single one. So, again, I feel like this is representing what the board voted on. So I'd be hesitant to strike that.
And I believe it's for taking action, to exercise the permit.
Correct. It's
It's
not,
not completion. Yeah.
Because what we used to do is go dig something up just for the sake of digging something up so that you'd take action. And you guys don't like that either. But I just know, I mean, I've been doing this a long time. I've seen the FDIC, the recessions, the pandemics, the shortage of materials. This is, and then you can always rubber stamp something, but that never really happens either.
Okay.
Dave, quick question. What is the process to get the extension? Can it be done by email with the zoning board of appeals, or do the proponent have to come before you?
Well, it says, to apply in writing. I think that we've never once had to do this, so I don't actually know. I would expect they would apply in writing, through the admin, and then come before the board to say, this is why I want to do it. That would be my expectation, yes.
Sorry, Jack, I don't find it completely too onerous, but then I'm not in your shoes, so I appreciate what you're saying.
So what I'm hearing is if I want to change this, I got to do it at town meeting.
Well, again, I know I'm here representing the ZBA, but it was something that we actually took some time, over a fair amount of time to deliberate on, and that's what we settled on.
I don't know if I'll do that, but I just thought that this is the better way of doing it. I mean, this stuff does happen.
Understood.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Mr. Stivers?
Thank you. Sam Stivers, a select board member, but speaking as not for the select board, but as a former zoning board member. I've had some experience with this. I think Mr. Bartolini raises some interesting points, but it cuts both ways in the sense that the world is unpredictable. And so I think it's a bad position for the town to be sitting on permits that go on for an extended period of time. And the world changes, the neighborhood changes or whatever, so something that the ZBA would have approved 3 years ago now is something that may not be so easy to approve, et cetera. So, and it does take a while to get permits done in town, certainly. On the other hand, again, 3 years seems to me to be a reasonable time to go through the permitting process. And I think this is a reasonable balance between flexibility and getting things done in a way that are consistent with the original conversations around the permit application. So I think this is a productive change, and I've seen some negative consequences from permits or extending and and winding up with a problem based on that. So no perfect solution, but my vote would be to support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? Mr. Williams, anything?
No, I think I'm all set, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Sorry, one moment, please, Mr. Williams.
Okay.
I make a motion to continue the public hearing for special permit, amend Chapter 174-9 to include an expirations for special permits as required by MGL, Chapter 48, Section 9, to March 11th at 7 p.m.
I second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing that, all in favor, Stein, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes?
Latrell, yes?
Brascio, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, public hearing for downtown district to amend the zoning code, Chapter 174, to include the downtown district and use regulations, sign by law, outdoor illumination, landscaping, and where that may be appropriate. Karina?
So, this public hearing for zoning amendment for the downtown district to do what we consider like housekeeping, some fixes to the code that we realized weren't put in originally. It opened on January 29th. It was continued to February 12th, and then continued to this evening. And if anyone has any questions, it is in the packet, and we have it on the planning board website. Actually, it's on the website right now. It's not in this evening's packet, I don't believe. The downtown district, did you read it? So, it is in the prior packet from when the public hearing opened. Sorry? It is in the packet. Okay, thanks. Sorry, a lot going on. Yeah, okay. So one of the, so for example, because the downtown district took up a portion of the downtown business village district in that area, some of the things we had to do was add the downtown district to the sign bylaw that regulates what size it can be, and we basically just matched the business village district, as well as in the outdoor illumination section of the code. There are also charts there and differentiation of what light levels you can have based on what zone you're in. And we had the business village district there, but we never added downtown district. But the intent is to have it match what the business village district had previously for those code sections. So if anybody has any questions, you know, you feel free to ask me during the week. I can point you to exact places in the code. But here we are.
Thanks, Karina. So I thought we would do is just quickly run through the slides. If we can go to the next one.
Next slide, Colleen.
Yep, that's good. So Karina actually just explained it very well, so I won't go over this too much, but just revisiting the original bylaw that was approved in 2021 to include a downtown district that allows by right multifamily and mixed use, signage, outdoor illumination, and landscaping being maintained from the business village district. Zoning changes require updating the town code and at times the zoning map, and we're seeking 2/3 supermajority at town meeting to codify, which means to update the town code accordingly. So this is a housekeeping item. I want to advance the next slide. This is a housekeeping item that is normal and typical with new zoning districts, basically just to update the town code. And here we have the unofficial zoning map. At this point, this has not actually been updated on the site, but
It's very close.
it's very close, exactly. Go to the next slide. And we have a close-up of the district itself in the downtown area. Next slide. Another one? Yep, good. I need my glasses for this one. So, here we go through the parts of the code that will be updated. Schedule of use regulations, 174-8C5. Signs, 174-11D, and so we're adding and downtown district to those two. Next slide. Signs, 174-11E1A, signs, 174-11E1B, 174-11E2A, 174-11E2B, 174-11ED1, 174-11ED2, all adding and downtown district. Pretty straightforward codification, as I said. Next slide, outdoor illumination 174-12E, 3B, in Table 1 of the Business Village, and landscaping 174-13A3. And now, anybody on the board want to comment, feedback? Ms. Houlihan?
No, I think that looks good. I think it's very clear for anybody needing to see the details.
And thank you, Ms.
That's good. Thank
Houlihan,
you.
for your excellent work on the presentation. Appreciate that. Mr. Moria?
I think they look great. No comments.
Ms. Luttrell?
Yes, thank you. Great presentation.
Ms. Braccio?
No comments, but great presentation.
Anybody from the public?
I make a motion to continue the public hearing for Downtown District, public hearing to amend the zoning code, Chapter 174, to include the Downtown District in use regulations, sign by law, outdoor illumination, landscaping, and where that may be appropriate, to 7:10 PM on March 11th.
Second?
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing that, all in favor, Stein, yes?
Houlihan, yes?
Demiria, yes?
Latrell, yes?
Braccio, yes.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is a public hearing. MBTA Communities, multifamily zoning, Mass General Law, 40A, Section 3A, multifamily zoning by right. Karina?
Okay. This one's a little bit more complicated. But I'll get you up to speed. So first of all, this is an opening of the public hearing. So I'll read the public hearing ad, the legal ad that was published in the paper. And also, give me 1 second. Okay. February 7th, 2024, the public hearing notice, MBTA Communities, Chapter 48, Section 3A, adoption of multifamily zoning by right bylaw. Per Section MGL 40A, Section 5, the Planning Board of the Town of Southborough shall hold a public hearing on Monday, February 26th, 2024, at 7:15 PM in the McAuliffe Hearing Room, 17 Common Street, Southborough, Mass., and via Zoom to consider the adoption of a new bylaw required under MGL Chapter 48, Section 3A, MBTA Communities to create an overlay district, to create overlay districts for multifamily housing by right. These hearings concern proposed overlay districts that will allow multifamily housing by right. A copy of the proposal may be reviewed on the Planning Board's webpage at www.southboroughtown.com/planning-board or in person at the Southborough Townhouse during normal business hours. Persons wishing to participate in this meeting can do so in person or via Zoom remote participation by going online to www.southboroughtown.com/remote meetings. That's the legal ad. And just to give you an update, we received from the Select Board, it's required that the Select Board forward zoning amendments to the Planning Board. We received that on February 6th. The application was filed with the town clerk on February 7th. It was distributed to department heads on February 8th and to the planning board on the 6th. It was run in the newspaper on Monday, February 12th, and Monday, February 19th. For tonight's public hearing opening, the 26th. It was also mailed out to local towns and agencies as required by state law on the 8th. And that brings us to this public hearing.
Thank you, Karina. So I thought what we would do to start is go through the presentation slides. So, Marnie, you want to take that one? Okay.
Colleen, can you let me share my screen?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Marnie, you need a pointer?
No, I have one on my Zoom
Okay.
screen, thank you. Okay, so this will be the public hearing presentation. So obviously for anyone in the town that's planning on attending town meeting, hopefully this will also be the slide deck that we utilize there, maybe with some tweaks. So first of all, what is the MBTA Communities Act? It's state zoning law that will boost multifamily housing development near the transit stops. In 2020, the Zoning Act was amended by the Mass General Legislature to promote the production of multifamily housing. It's really to address the severe regional housing crisis. The new law, which is MGL Chapter 40A, Section 3A, A1, it's basically a by right for multifamily housing in an overlay zone. The commuter rail community is what Southborough is identified as. So we're served by the MBTA community, and we must rezone to permit a minimum number of multifamily housing units equal to 15% of the current housing stock. So what does it mean? So on the right, what just appeared are some of the 5 criteria based on the Mass General Law. 50 total acres, 10 acres within a half mile of the MBTA station, walking distance to public transportation, bikeways, bus stops, suitable for families with children. There should be no bedroom or age restrictions. Zoning must allow a minimum gross density of 15 units per acre across the entire 50 acres, so you will find that some areas are not as dense. And zoning permit process cannot be discretionary. So what this act means to Southborough. So as a commuter rail community, we have a moderate level of obligation. So I'm not sure what happened here on this screen. I'm sorry, something happened with, it shouldn't say 1.69 inches, it should say 50 acres. 10 acres within a half mile of the MBTA station, 25 acres must be contiguous, 15 acres in minimum of 3 5-acre areas, and 750 units total. So we must be able to rezone to permit 750 multifamily housing units. 20% are required near the transit station. And so just a recent article in the Boston Globe, the new policy is not a construction mandate, but a mandate for zoning allowances that can offer expanded opportunities to build homes. So the point I'm trying to make here, and what we're trying to make here, is this doesn't automatically mean construction's happening. This just allows an overlay district for construction to happen at some later point in time. So no municipality would be forced to build units on any specific timeline. Zoning overlay with local control. So importantly, what it means to Southborough is, although we have this mandate, it still is required that local controls are allowed. So that allows by right development, but it still must be compliant with planning board site plan oversight. And so the components of site plan include a site plan review application, a public hearing with abutter notifications for projects greater than 2,000 square feet. The height, setbacks, parking, lighting, and lower impact development must meet local Southborough requirements based on the underlying zoning, so which is residential B or industrial, depending on which area we'll talk about. 10% of units will be required to be inclusionary dwellings for SHI, and 90% would be units at market rate. So what happens if Southborough votes this down? So compliance with the law is mandatory. Voting no could come with a cost. An MBTA community that fails to comply with this section shall not be eligible for funds from the Housing Choice Initiative, the Local Capital Projects Funds, which was established in Section 2, quadruple E of Chapter 29, or the MassWorks Infrastructure Program. So the potential costs are we could lose access to certain state grants, potential threat of legal action from the AG, and I have a question mark on eminent domain because I don't know what that means, but I think we can clarify that through this process. So really the point here is ask the town of Milton. It's the first non-compliant rapid transit community. To date, every other town has complied. The rapid transit communities had to have approval by March 31st. So Milton is the 1 out of 12 that didn't do that, and if you've been reading in the news, they had a $140,000 Seaport Economic Council grant revoked. They will not be eligible for Community One-Stop grants, and they're not eligible for 13 discretionary grant programs offered by the EOHLC. And Governor Healy is pretty clear about the mandate. So what's important is the planning board process to prepare has started back in July. We had an intensive education and outreach since August to enable compliance by December of this year. And this just provides a timeline of what was done from outreach through mailing to public information sessions, to public mapping sessions. Today is the first day of the public hearing, and hopefully on town meeting is when we'll approve the MBTA Communities Act. The planning board leveraged state consultants through grants and additional tools to identify areas for rezoning. Our objective really was to meet zoning area requirements while limiting the impact to some of the abutting neighborhoods. And our approach was to really impress upon this process the public outreach and feedback through the mapping sessions, as well as putting together a rubric that we took careful consideration establishing and carrying out through public hearings, all which are available on our website. It's important on state guidelines what is included and what is not. Eligible properties in the acreage are privately owned properties and developable public land. What's not included is conservation land, nonprofit owned properties, water or any conservation land, and Chapter 91 protected properties. So the planning board has proposed the 3 following areas for the town vote. The recommended proposal meets the state compliance model, which basically exceeds the requirements. So the 3 areas on the first is area number 1, which is within the half mile of the MBTA station. Area 2 is 34 St. Martin, which is obviously the northwest corner of Southborough, near Marlborough. And area 3 is Madison Place, and we'll go into detail. So area number 1 is Southville Road. Predominantly, the properties listed within this area are identified by map lot and street number and the acreage. So this is obviously everything illuminated in the green area. Importantly, area number 1 wanted to provide clarity on the Triangle Park. In 2008 town meeting, Article 29, the town voted to appropriate CPA funds for the Courteville Triangle Park. Managed by the Recreation Green Space, passive recreation has walking paths and benches, and we have received conclusive assurance from our town council that the Courteville Triangle Park is included to meet the 10-acre eligibility by state standard, but is not eligible to be built on based on Article 97. So for those people in this area, Triangle Park is not allowed to be developed and protected by Article 97. I don't know. I think it's 97, but it could be 91. Area number 2, this is just a blow-up of 34 St. Martin Street. That has 14.59 acres. Their only egress is actually through Marlborough. It's not through Southborough. That is developable land. And area number 3 is Turnpike Road at Madison Place, which includes Madison Place and 4 additional lots on Route 9, totaling 29.5 acres. So the next steps are really that the MBTA Community Zoning District that will be identified ultimately needs to be approved by December. We have the annual town meeting in March. We're hoping that will be happening in March. There may be additional special town meetings held this year, but the goal is to have the community approve MBTA and use these public hearings for feedback on the areas identified.
Thank you, Ms. Houlihan. So rather than get into questions, we're going to have people hold their questions for the time being. And now focus on the bylaw. After we get the bylaw discussion done, we will then go down through the board for comments and questions, and then we'll have public comments and questions after that. Karina?
Sure, I'd also just like to mention that this information has been incorporated into a Municipal Technologies Committee survey to the town. There's a section that will ask some questions and look for feedback based on the current mapping and the draft bylaw to date. So just be aware of that. You should be seeing that, and if you can, fill it out. Okay, then also, So, at the last discussion, prior to the public hearing opening, we had a draft bylaw, or warrant article, I should say, that was provided by a sub-consultant to our consultant, Bowler Engineering, through our grant with Mass Housing Partnership, MHP. And we worked diligently among various people to come up with a clear, defined approach. And once we received the draft, we reviewed it, provided revisions, and incorporated that. Then we also provided it to town council, who also provided comments back, which we received this afternoon. So what I'd like to do is, depending on which version the planning board wants to review, if we want to review the town council's comments and just go through that. It's a little difficult because you kind of have to compare it to what we provided them to review. But we'll get through it. We'll just go step by step.
So it might make sense then for Colleen, can you put the town council comments on the screen?
It's up in the Dropbox.
If you want me to do it, Colleen. Go ahead. It's in the Dropbox.
And do you want to just take us through those?
I will.
Okay.
Let me do that. And I'll try and explain as best as I can. I think I have a decent handle on it, so. All right, so what this is Article 30. And there are kind of two parts to this. One is the actual MBTA Communities Overlay District bylaw, which is going to be a new section in the town code under zoning. And that piece, as far as we know at this point, will require a simple majority vote. There's another piece to the warrant article that includes updating the zoning map to include these defined 3 sub-districts, and then also some minor changes or additions to definitions in the current existing code. For example, definitions, there's a section at the beginning of the zoning code that talks about you need a special permit for, from the ZBA for 2 buildings on 1 lot. This code and this mandate says that you can have a 3-unit building is what's considered multifamily, and also, or 2 buildings on a lot if they have more than 1 dwelling unit in each, so essentially like 2 duplexes. So that conflicts with that section of 174-8, because you're not allowed to, this has to be by right, so you can't have special permits for this, unless the permitting is required, say, for the Clean Water Act for conservation. They're exempted from that, because that's a federal regulation. So, just so you're clear, so one of the first things we did is we have this set up where the initial part of the warrant article are these changes to the existing code, these minor changes, and then the second part will be where we're talking about adding this whole new section, like you would for Business Village District or the Downtown District, if you recall, had its own section for that. All right, so that being said, we'll go through it from the beginning here. So the warrant article indicates that to see if the town will vote to add a new section 174-10.3 to the Town of Southborough zoning bylaws, amend the zoning map, amend certain other sections to integrate the new section into the current zoning bylaw, and make any minor modifications to the text required for consistency with the existing format of the bylaws, or do or act anything in relation to thereto. So initially it was my understanding that 174-10.3, so you have the code, at the beginning of the zoning code, it enumerates all the different zoning districts, 174-8.6 .6, .7, .8, all the way to .12, which is the downtown district from 2021. So in thinking that this would be, let me step back. So we have site plan at 174-10 in the code. Then we have Business Village District Site Plan, which is 174-10.2, and then you have the Downtown District, which is 174-10.2, I should say. So it's 10 point, site plan is 10. Village Business District is 10.1. Downtown District is 10.2, and then the MBTA communities would be 10.3. So that's how we had originally gotten it from the consultant. In Town Council's review of this, I'm just trying to give you a prelude so you can understand where we're going. They had an opposite approach. They wanted to take the bulk of the bylaw that's new and put it under the beginning of the zoning code 174-10.13. So you see what I'm saying? You have your descriptions and your dimensional requirements, and then you have further detail further in the code past site plan. So that's where it might be a little bit confusing when we go through. So, first part is add the following definitions to the existing 174-2 definitions. So these are 3 new definitions that initially were built into the code itself, the new code, but we felt it was more appropriate to pull these out. And we don't want to conflict with other definitions in the code, so instead of having definitions in each section of various codes, like LID or whatever, the goal is to try and have one set of definitions, and that definition is what it means throughout the code. That's the goal. Doesn't always happen. So you can see there's a definition for affordable unit, which will be a brand-new definition. Area median income, AMI, and dwelling multifamily within the MCOD. And MCOD stands for MBTA Communities Overlay District. Okay, and you'll see that throughout the code. So those are 3 new definitions. And then we have an existing definition in 174-2, which was a dwelling unit. And in order to make it more aligned with what it's supposed to mean and what it means within multifamily, or just in generally with the state definition, instead of currently it says living quarters for a single family, that's going to be proposed to be stricken, and the definition will be a single unit providing complete independent living facilities for one or more persons, including permanent provisions for living, sleeping, eating, cooking, and sanitation. And again, that was consistent with the summary above and should be in bold. Okay, so that's that.
Karina, or Jesse, can I ask, is the process as we go through, we are seeing comments from town council, should we be accepting those comments or rejecting those comments through this process, since it's the public hearing, and we need to get a
You're right.
draft for warrant printing by Wednesday?
Instead of me just explaining it,
Yeah.
we should be
Okay.
changing it to what we want it to be. So let's just stop at B, definitions, because here are our first comments. This is the tough part.
The original, she said, a multifamily housing unit that is subject to a use restriction. She removed the word use,
Yeah, that's it.
subject to a restriction.
That's correct. So kind of have to go through these one by one, and the planning board has to decipher yes or no. And just bear with us, because we just received this afternoon, so none of us have had a thorough chance to look completely through this. So again, the definition was a multifamily housing unit that is subject to a use restriction recorded in its chain of title. And the town council wanted the word use removed.
So I had a question about the comment in the margin. Why are some added here, and there is also a separate definitions section within?
Right, so when we first got the draft from the consultant, several of the all the definitions were within the bylaw. We left some of them in the specific bylaw, and Mimi can maybe speak to this, because she may remember this, because it was more appropriate there. They were specific to this bylaw, and there was concern also that it may conflict with definition elsewhere. So let me just look at that for a second.
I mean, I recall that at our last working group session,
Yeah,
the consultant was pretty adamant that we should have all the definitions in one section.
yes, I remember that. I just can't remember exactly why we took them out. Let me just see here. These were definitions that were directly under, just bear with me. Where did they go? Yeah, position of principal entries by Sojourner.
Section C.
Yeah, that's it. Section C. I look here. Sorry. Section C. Oh, yeah, there we go. Definitions, Section C. So we had affordable housing was left in there. Housing that contains affordable units as defined by Section 174-2. And that means affordable housing specific to this multi-family housing bylaw that contains affordable units. So as you see, affordable units is defined in 174-2. But the term affordable housing was left here. The other one was development standards, which was specifically to here, because we use the term development standards throughout this new bylaw. And the sub-district was very specific to this section as well. I don't believe it's used elsewhere in the code.
Okay, so that answers actually the question. The warrant article, if I'm understanding this correctly, the warrant article is to update other parts of the code other than the insertion of this.
Yes.
So that, okay, we can move on then, in my opinion. Everybody agree on that, or?
So I think that's a question broadly, because she's saying delete everything and putting it all in zoning. And we've suggested that some of them that are only pertinent to this section shall remain in section C. So, so she says, terms used in this section but not otherwise defined herein are under 174-2 of the zoning law shall be defined as in the zoning act. And those are specific to 2 and 3. So she's saying we should delete them and just put them all in 174-2.
Delete them out of C definitions and carry them all over there. Well, again, it all depends on the approach you want to take and how people read these easily and can interpret them.
Well, it doesn't seem too onerous to just explain that we've updated 174-2 definitions as part of this process. And that's part of the proposed
Right.
change.
So what Marnie's saying is, that's the bigger picture is, do we move these definitions out of the new bylaw section and just put them in with 174-2,
I think I would go along with that.
which is what's recommended by the town council?
Anybody else?
Yeah, and I think that's what Emily had said too in our working session, right? Is move all the definitions to 10. Yep, I agree.
Deb?
Yeah, I agree too.
Lisa? Mimi?
I think that town council suggested we remove development standards, because, and I agree, I don't think that definition adds any enlightenment to anything. And she didn't think sub-district was necessary either.
Right, but Mimi, are you okay with us moving all the definitions to 174-2?
Yes,
Okay,
and getting rid of those two.
okay.
Yeah, I would agree with
Lisa?
I agree as well.
Okay. I think we can, consistent with summary above, should be in bold and black ink. That's pretty de minimis in my view. Can we move along to,
Yeah, I think I did look through very quickly, and all the formatting type changes are good by town council's opinion, because We had stuff highlighted in order to draw attention to it. We had stuff in red, so you could see it as well, but when you print it in the warrant, it's not, it's black and white. So anything new will be bold.
So the third comment, does this need to be stated when it's already included? I mean, restating it doesn't hurt, in my opinion. It's just clarity. Anybody else?
What are you on?
Does this need to be stated?
Oh, you're on section 6.
Yep.
So we still haven't said, are we fine deleting use out of affordable unit?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
Thank you.
okay.
I thought we were.
I'm making the changes as we go, so I just want to make sure.
Let me know when you're good.
I am.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to accept it. Okay,
Okay.
good.
Now, section 6. After all multifamily development within the MCOD, section 174-10.3. I'm fine with leaving that in. I don't know what is gained by taking it out.
So can I just ask, are we staying with the dwelling unit definition that's proposed there? Because they said it was consistent, and it just should be bold and black. Okay, so we're going to accept that too. Okay, I'm sorry.
And deleting the added 4-30 1990 ATM by Article 48.
Yes, because that's in the code already, and we don't need to repeat that. Sorry, Jesse, just trying to make sure we get all this.
No problem.
I just want to point out, too, that before you go to 6, under, after N, there's add the following text to Article 2 use regulations. So this is what I was talking about. That 174-8.13, we were going to add just that one letter A, C 174-10.3, which would be further into the code. What's going to happen as we just move on a little bit is the attorney takes the opposite approach. They want the Article 2 use regulations to include the whole section 10.3, 174-10.3. So this would ultimately be stricken if we go with the town council's choice further down, and you'll see it. I just want you to remember this part right here as we move forward.
Okay.
So that's the question on, are we going to do that?
Because if you look just a little further, if you go past the lighting part right there, and go to 174-10.3, you see that she writes there,
New.
add the following new section under Article 3 use regulations, which means all the text to follow. So we either have to put it up front, under 174-10.3, and it wouldn't be called 174-10.3 if it's moved to the front.
Right.
It would be called 174-8.13. Very detailed, but it makes all the difference. Context, not context-wise, but format-wise.
So my thought is, we've been working on this for like 3 weeks, and to have the legal counsel suggest that we throw a massive wrench in this when it's due to Mark Purple, who's been kind enough to give us an extension, I don't think we can do everything and get the formatting correct. I think we decline her recommendations and go with what we've originally proposed, because there's nothing of substance, it's really just form.
Correct.
And things that can be, codified later at future town meetings if absolutely necessary. So I'm in agreement with Ms. Houlihan. Anybody else on the board?
Yeah, I agree. Fine with me.
Okay.
Agree.
I agree.
So now are we good to move on to 6?
Yes, that being said, this section right here, 174-8.13, would stay like that. And then it would refer further into the code to the meat of the bylaw. Okay? Okay.
So on 6, I think that we put those sections of the bylaw there because that is all under site plan So I would think we would, I mean, we wanted them there to make it clear that there's no, you know, that's part of this process. It has to go through site plan. So I'd prefer to keep it in.
Agreed.
So she stated, add the following text to 174-10 site plan approval. I think and she deleted the purpose of site plan review procedure. She says, does this need to be stated when it is already included as part of the review under that section? So what she's saying is again, wholesale, change this and put it in a different section. So I would like to recommend we delete that comment and put back the language that we originally had, reject her suggestion.
Yep.
So I'm going to reject her change
Right.
and remove her text.
And she's saying that because we do have a list further down, but it's pertinent to that to remind people that this is going to be part of site plan review, because you can't have a special permit, but you can't just not review stormwater or lid things or sign things or lighting aspects.
Yep.
Okay.
You want to continue?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm like daydreaming. Okay, so the next section is about outdoor illumination. Again, we're still in fixing parts of the existing code. So under 174-12.1, outdoor illumination, I agree with what she's saying here, because we had it spelled out where we wrote actually the paragraph before, which isn't going to be changed. I think the original consultant kept it in order to make sure it was clear and demonstrate to us. But really, we only need to add MCOD to the LZ1, low ambient light zoning districts, which goes along with Residence A, Residence B, and MCOD would fall under there. Because the underlying zone that would be adhered to is Residence B.
Yeah.
Therefore, it applied to LZ1, where Residence B was listed, and that's where we're adding MCOD. And then also, there's a chart in the zoning code that goes along with it, as opposed to just the narrative, and you have to add it there as well, so that it's with residential B, MCOD, similar to what we did with the downtown district in there, okay? And then the next section is where,
Question, Karina?
Sure.
Does that mean, since we're asking, we have a separate document that's moving definitions, do we have to have a separate document that moves this, that suggests zoning change to outdoor illumination, separate from 10 point, this bylaw?
this warrant article?
Yeah.
So that verdict is to be determined.
Okay.
The town council said they would get back to us. There were three options, was you include everything in the warrant article, whether it's changing existing zoning and adding new, and that would be hopefully a simple majority vote. However, it's not clear to us in 3A, because it says that things that aren't multifamily or aren't within this MBTA communities has to be a 2/3 majority vote. So town council said, way to handle that would be to have two motions in the warrant article, would simply be to add a motion here at the beginning of the new section and adjust it so that it doesn't reflect the existing, and then there'd be two votes. And the one vote would have to be 2/3, and the new bylaw that's strictly MBTA communities would be the simple. And we would put that one first probably, because you want to see if the bylaw passes before you make the changes to the existing code. So we're still waiting to get confirmation on that, and I'm hoping to get that tomorrow morning. And it's an easy fix if it's. So right now, we're leaving everything where it is, but tomorrow, if we have to, we'll move the beginning of this warrant article to the end and add a motion. So, okay. I'm still sane. Okay. So, any questions on that? That we can accept that? Those changes? Okay, accept. All right, so the next section, it says, add the following new section under Article 3, use regulations. We won't have that, based on our approach that we just decided. It's just going to say, add the following section.
Okay.
Okay. We might want to say, well, just by default, the way it's numbered, it would fall into the right place in the code. It would follow 174-10.2, and then this would be inserted there, so there's no need to reiterate that. All right, now we're going into the meat of the new bylaw, MDTA Communities Overlay District, shortened as MCOD. The first comment from Town Council was under number 3. And under number 3, she said that the section that says in downtowns or town centers should be specific to Southborough, or be removed. So locate housing within walking distance of a public transit in downtowns or town centers. I think in the development of the mandate, or the housing choice law that this promulgated from, there were areas like downtown districts that towns had that may have already qualified as part of being MBTA community, met that code, like met that intent. I'm not 100% sure, so I think some of that
What's the harm in just striking that?
There isn't.
There is.
Yeah, why don't we just,
None.
let's keep things moving?
Okay, good.
Yeah.
You have to remind me, because I will
I think
have
Marty's
one
gonna
more.
delete it right now.
Okay, yep.
Done.
delete. Okay, fair enough. Okay, I'm trying to rationalize this, that was on the go. Okay, down under section B, establishment and applicability. Let's see what she had here.
She deleted a building with 3, so this is the question. She deleted a building with 3 or more residential dwelling units, or 2 or more buildings on the same lot with more than 1 residential dwelling unit. I think we had a very lengthy discussion about keeping that in.
Yes.
So I think, again, I would vote to reject her.
Yep, so we'll keep that as original. Keep original language. Right, because we had an applicant may develop multifamily housing, a building at 3 or more residential dwelling units. So there was a definition that instead of running it in, we just put it in here. It's a MBTA communities definition from the zoning act that has been updated.
It's in both places.
Yeah, so it's in both places.
She also made the request to change deleted or delete deleted, and she replaced located, she deleted the word located. She suggests that we replace located with as of right, but I don't think that wasn't the intent. No. It was just restating how we have dwelling units.
Right, it was her, I
So I'm
think
gonna-
she wanted to streamline this
Yep, I'm
verbally,
gonna-
because it is helpful to have streamlined, but you also have to know
Our code is.
what's going on, right?
So I'm going to reject that. Are we okay with that?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
The other thing was, we had a sentence at the end of that number 1 that said, "The MCOD shall be exempt from 174-8C2, a special permit for 2 buildings on 1 lot." And
I think we reject it.
Yeah, we're gonna leave it in.
okay. It just helps codify, or it's a redundancy, so that if there's a question of interpreting it, and you go to that and it says, well, it doesn't say that in 174-8.2, you can say, yes, well, we're reiterating it here. It's kind of a,
Yep.
that's good. Okay, keep. Sorry. Keep original. Okay. Then the next, you don't see anything else there, Marnie? The
No,
others,
not
just
in,
formatting?
yeah, not in 1.
Okay. So then we go to 2, underlining zoning. 2, underlining zoning. So just to explain, this is sub-districts, right? So you have to have 50 acres, but it's proportioned in certain areas. So each one of those 3 areas is a sub-district. And those, for all intents and purposes, while we were developing this, we were calling Area 6, Area 7, Area 21. We're going to have that renumerated to 1, 2, and 3, as Marnie had demonstrated in her presentation. Okay, so that's where those sub-district comes from. And underlying zoning means that's what's underlying, the density housing is by right, but you still have to have setbacks and frontage and et cetera, and the underlying zoning is what will be followed, and there's a table to come from there. Okay, so now we go to A. She deleted,
10, she's changing all the numbers. So we're rejecting her suggestions.
okay,
So she's changing 10.3.
Oh, to
Wait, let's see.
let's see what
Reject.
she's doing here. The requirements of 174, major do not apply to MCOD.
So in A, it was 174-10.13.2. She deleted the 10 to say 174-13.2.
Yeah, I think it was the wrong reference
Oh,
number,
is
the
that
10
okay? So
dash
is that
yeah.
okay? So
Oh,
her,
that's right, because major residential development is 174-13.2.
okay.
So that's correct. So we want to,
I've accepted that.
yeah,
And so she did the same thing for 174. We had 10.3,
yeah.
and she changed that to 13.3E.
So she specified specifically to E in that section of the lid provisions. So we said the provisions carte blanche under 174, under the lid, and she's specifying specifically to Part E.
Okay, so she's just kind of tightening this up and saying that the lid doesn't apply to multifamily use within the MCOD.
Yes.
Does that sound right?
Well, I don't know what the impact of that is for a second. Let me just look here for a second. You have the bylaw up? Okay. So, 174 dash, 13.3. 174 dash.
Lower impact.
That's the lid, and she refers specifically to Part E. So Part A is purpose and authority, B is definitions, C is applicability, which,
I'm just going to share, so, sorry, 1 second.
it shows
My
what
desktop.
the thresholds are of when a lid is required, so,
E, she's pointing directly to E, special permit application and procedure. That's why she's calling out E.
And just saying it doesn't apply. So she says shall not apply to multifamily use within the district.
but the performance standards of that whole section, 174-13 point, but she says 3.1, 3I. What is 3I? Is that 3I? Yeah, performance standard, lid application. So she says the special permit part doesn't apply, but the performance standards of 174-13.3I may be considered during site plan review, and I is performance standards,
Lid criteria.
lid criteria. The lid application required plan shall meet the general performance criteria set forth in the regulations adopted pursuant to this bylaw, which is true.
Seems reasonable.
It's just very specific, as opposed to saying,
And it just means we can't hold it
Just going
hold it
through again.
accountable to a special permit.
okay, yeah.
I'm okay with that. Anybody else?
Yep, me too.
Okay. Same thing in the next section, and this has to do with, what are we doing here? Water resource protection. So that's the other thing. When, on the top, Part A, we said the section of the code, and we called it out, major residential development. In Part B, she deleted that 174-13 is lower impact development. And then in Part C, she just puts the number there and deleted water resource protection. So you don't really know, if you're just reading this, what section it's referring to.
I had the same thought, just in case people.
So going back to B, you want to put back in the word lid or something?
Yes, just to, just the.
That's fair.
Simple reference on both of
Keep
those water
LI.
resources.
Sorry to
lid.
mix you up.
Yep.
Yep. Keep the lower impact development in B, and keep the term water resource protection.
I think that's, yeah, that's logical.
Okay. carried that 10 everywhere. Jeez, okay. So the next, you tell me when you're ready, Marty.
Yeah, is that what you were doing? So defining what
Yes.
E is and then defining what I is?
Well, we wouldn't have special permit. We would say the requirement.
Right, the
Oh, yes, yes.
requirements shall not apply, but then I would put lower impact. Is that too redundant?
It's fine.
Okay.
I have a question to go back to lid.
We only had it in there once, but.
Performance standards, lid criteria.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead. Me.
Under lid, I think she was saying that 174.10.13.3, which is lower impact development, shall be used as a component of site plan under 174-10.3I, which is this new bylaws, the site plan section. Not under lower impact development 13.3I.
No.
I know what you're thinking, Mimi, but I think she's referring back to, like, she's cutting out the special permit section that exists in lid, and she's pointing us directly to the phrase that says you have to comply with lid under I. And you're saying that the reference there was meant to be
Well, the way
internal?
I read it, lower impact development shall be used as a component of site plan review under 174-10.3I, which is the site plan review under this bylaw, this new MCOD.
Where are you?
I am under B2.
Yeah,
Oh, so we're still there.
Yeah, we went back to that because there was a
Okay.
concern
B.
about removing any reference to lid at all. So now we've added it back in. Mimi is suggesting.
But I don't think that's referring to lid. I think it's referring to the MCOD site plan review section.
Well,
Oh, 10,
174.10.3I.
well,
hold on.
correct me if I'm wrong, Mimi, but she in her comment wrote 174-13.3I.
Well, that's, 174-13I?
This is what, she's talking about this.
Yeah, if you look at the screen, Mimi.
Yeah, it's
she-
hard to see.
Oh, here. Is that better?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, let me see. This is 174.10. So she's saying 174. We originally said 1013.3. So in our original, we were accidentally carrying a 10 in the section reference for lid. So we didn't
Yeah.
want that. So that, and shall be used as a component under section 174-10.3J. Right, I see what you're saying, Mimi. In our original text here, we had the requirements of section 174-1013.3, low impact development, shall be used as a component of site plan review under this 174-10.3J, which is site plan within the new bylaw. So if we go to 10.3J, which is the new section, 10.3 EF, and go to section HIJ.
Page 10.
Yeah.
Which is
Oh, she,
severability.
okay, 10. Which is severability.
No, I. It's section I, not J. That was wrong.
Yeah, it should be an I.
Oh, site plan review.
There it is.
No, that's really weird. Let's see. Let me just think about this.
Okay, now I get it. So she's referring to E
But, yeah.
for the special permitting, saying. Oh. That's not right.
No, the E is in the lid
Right.
that
right.
has the special
This is so
permit.
confusing.
Oh,
Okay.
This is one rough patch. I think the rest will go faster. But I just think that this, the intent was that underlying zoning that, we were saying that, I don't know why these are here. We want to make sure that,
We're saying the same thing. I think the language that she's proposed is saying the same thing.
yeah,
We just are being explicit that they don't have to go through the special permit process through LID versus deferring to this other section in this bylaw, 10.3I.
right. So where she says the requirements of 174.13.3E of the lid shall not apply to multifamily use within the MCOD, but the performance standards of that section, which is I, which refers it that you have to follow the code other than the special, may be considered
So
during site plan.
Yeah, so I'm of the opinion that her recommendations are still clear, adding in our clarity of exactly what is E and I, and then our section I still holds.
Right, because if you go to 174.13.4C, 174.13.4C, which is water resource, A, B, C is the special permit section, which you cannot,
174.13.
you can't apply that to the MBTA communities. So that's where she's saying you don't apply the special permit section of the Water Resource Protection Code, but compliance with the Massachusetts Surface Water Quality Standards may be considered during the site plan. So the only thing she does is she jumps outside of our code and goes all the way to the original state CMR, instead of just saying,
Yep. No, we got that.
but compliance with the rest of the water resources should still happen.
Okay.
So let's just see if there's an I in here as well. There isn't. So the question is to keep that last phrase referring to the CMR, 314 CMR 4, Massachusetts Surface Water Quality Standards.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Which we may have to,
I think,
Defer to Emily.
yeah. Because to me, I thought it should just say, we're going to cover the review of what's required under our water resource protection, but we're not going to force, you can't be forced to go get a special permit, but we're going to look at it under site plan.
Right.
That if you trigger over a certain size of a septic system, we want to make sure that septic system is done properly.
Yeah, and can't we have local that are more tight than Mass? So our site,
Ours might be tighter than
yeah,
that
so
is.
I would agree. Like, I think that I personally would say defer to our town versus Mass surface
Yeah.
water.
We're telling them, you have to follow water resource, but you don't have to do it by special permit. It's going to be reviewed under site plan, so that it doesn't get missed. So they don't need a discretionary special permit, but someone's still got to vet that the design is proper through
I
engineering
agree.
consultant review, which happens under site plan. So I would think that you keep the last sentence says, but the planning board shall not require a special permit for multifamily use within the MCOD, right? We have, the requirements of the water resource protection shall be used as a component of site plan review under the new bylaw, but the planning board shall not require a special permit for multifamily use within the MCOD. It's kind of the original language of the second sentence. That was a tough one. if you agree.
So I'm just going to leave that. I think we believe that you're going to look into this to say who's more stringent. I think we'd rather have our own town versus the mass and reject her suggestion, but I'm not prepared to say,
Totally take it out.
yeah.
Okay, so we have to ask Emily.
And I have that as a comment.
Okay. Okay. So then, in the next section, 3 describes the sub-districts of the MCOD, which are, again, the half a mile, the one within the train station half a mile, the one up near Marlborough, and the one that on Route 9. And in our updated version that we caught today, we had that, she doesn't have any comment there except for the end, but we had one. It should say, A should be MCOD sub-district number 1, parentheses, no period, parentheses, residence B, not residential, because we have residence B, and instead of development, it should say dimensional standards.
I just had I can't even spell dimensional. I'm having what's wrong with me? How do you spell dimensional? Someone tell me.
Because this happened after.
Dimensional. Oh my God, that just completely blanked on me. Okay, so residence B, dimensional standards.
Yeah, and
Uh,
also because we received conservation comments this afternoon from the agent, and we tried to, she
Oh,
explained them,
perfect.
and we incorporated some of them to make sense. Okay, so it's the same thing for B and C. It should say MCOD subdistrict number 2, no period, parentheses, industrial park dimensional standards. And if our bylaw consultant doesn't agree, and it should say development standards, that's easy enough to put back. But it refers to the dimensional table.
My question on this to the board is, let me just open that article again really quickly.
To see if it jives. with-
So the dimensional in industrial regulations, we have a specific bullet point that says in residential dwellings in the ID district must comply with the standards of the RB district. So does that automatically default to residential B?
I still think you should call it out.
So what I'm saying is that, if we go into the development standards.
Within the new code?
No, for what we have right now for dimensional standards for,
Residential B?
for industrial.
That's in the table under E. It's a repeat of it, right?
I
No,
think
no,
you're
I'm
right,
ta-
Marnie. I
Huh?
think we need to
In our
fix that.
actual town code, we have a bullet point, hold on. To remind me which one is industrial zone,
It is,
dimensional.
right, and we are in the
So it'd be 174-8 something.
174 dash
There it is,
There it is.
okay,
industrial park, 8.6.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's industrial park, okay.
Yes, industrial.
I pulled industrial district, so that language is not in industrial park. Okay, I pulled the wrong one. All right, never mind.
Right, that's correct, industrial park.
Yes.
Because that's what's in the underlying zone.
Correct.
Okay, so we can move on from the districts at this point?
Well, there's one last correction right there. She deleted something there. Oh, there was a
It's just a space.
Okay, all right, accept. So we said dimensional. Okay, so now here we are in definitions, and I think we said that we were just gonna pull them all out and put them under 174-2.
But for SharePoint, if we do delete this, she suggested leaving, or adding that statement. Terms used in the section but not otherwise defined herein or under 174 of the zoning shall be defined as defined in the zoning act.
Yeah, that's in case we missed a definition, that's where
Right.
you can default to.
So
So we
keep
would keep
that.
the first sentence,
Yep,
the first paragraph there.
so that's accepted. And then we're going to delete development standards and sub-district.
I don't think, this could be, yep, so we're going to remove and remove those two. And we were removing development standards and sub-district altogether. So those two definitions under 2 and 3, development standards and sub-district, are gone altogether.
Correct.
But the affordable housing is going to be moved to 174-2. Okay, and this would be removed completely, and remove completely. Didn't you pick a good night to be chair, Jesse? All right, we're getting there, we're halfway done, maybe more. Okay. So now we're under, are you caught up, Marnie?
Yep, I'm just going to save this really quickly,
Okay.
just to my desktop here.
You let me know when you're
Yep,
ready.
I'm ready. We're in section D now.
D, permitted uses. So there was no change to the, there's only one change, and it says, multifamily housing under A.
She deleted as referenced in 174-10.3.b.
Yeah, because we don't have a definition for multifamily housing, so we took that and incorporated it into the paragraph of that reference, the one that says 3 units
Right.
or 2 buildings on 1 lot.
So we're going to reject that
Yeah,
and keep it.
yeah, we're gonna keep this.
Mimi, were you just saying something?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay, and then there was nothing until part 3, which was prohibited uses, and she added, all uses which are not listed above legally non-conforming or otherwise allowable by the provisions of the underlying zoning regulations are prohibited. So I have to just think about that for a second. All uses which are not listed above legally conforming or otherwise allowed by the... That makes sense, because you can have the high-density
Yep.
housing,
Makes
so we're gonna keep that.
She changed the table to dimensional.
Yes, and we did too in our review of that, and Conservation had that comment, that it should be dimensional table, so we're gonna keep that.
In the district, isn't resident B? It's residence.
It's residence, right?
B, dimensional.
Should be residence. CE. And then also in the row for D, maximum height, it's 3 stories or 45 feet instead of. Is that correct? I think we should just double check. 3 stories
This is a typo.
of 45 feet. And that is industrial park.
45 feet, 3 stories. Yep.
Or is correct, right?
Yep.
Okay. So that.
It
has-
technically says 45 feet, comma, 3 stories for maximum height in the actual code.
Okay, so or is, makes sense, okay. Okay, and what else did she do here? It's all formatting.
Yeah, table 1, she removed notwithstanding anything to the contrary in the zoning, the dimensional requirements applicable in the MCOD are as follows. And she just kind of eliminated all that language, which I think is fine. And just made it the dimensional requirements applicable in the MCOD are as follows.
Yep. So we're gonna, okay, so we're gonna accept that, right? The dimensional, yeah, we'll cross that and leave That's right. The rest is formatting. All right, page 6, my couple left. There was nothing under E2 or 3. But in E4, exceptions, renewable energy installations, she added the term as applicable. Because not all of them may have that.
Yep.
So we should keep that. Correct?
Yes.
Everybody disagree?
I already accepted that one.
That's okay. I just didn't see the balloon for that one on the tracking. Okay, and then the next thing is just under F, off-street parking, that's just formatting. And she had made those bold, so they stand out more, I guess.
Yep.
If you agree, I don't think that matters, And then the same thing under number 2, number of bicycle parking. Bold and bold. Okay, 3, no changes under F3. All right, so if you go to G1, we caught this, it got carried through a couple times, but development standards are applicable to all multifamily development, strike with more than 10 units.
Dimensional? Is it dimensional?
No, it's defined by 3 units or more, or 2 buildings on a lot.
Oh.
So if we put in more than 10 units, that's the only thing that would be jurisdictional. So you'd have a loophole between 2-family and a 10-family.
So what are we striking exactly?
We're striking with more than 10 units, and it's redundant in section I.
Okay.
So in I, we fixed it, but for some reason, in G, we missed that one. So if you go to section, where did we see it, Colleen? It was somewhere else too. Hold on a second. I got it in my thing. It is in, oh, under site plan review 1, applicability. So under I1, it's the same thing. It should repeat the same thing. So I1 is site plan review in the code, right? And we want to say the same thing in G1. Basically, we want to say development standards. Development standards are applicable to all multifamily development within the MCOD,
Yep, it's all set.
okay? Everyone okay with that?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Got that one. All right, then we come to section G, 6, 7.
The next comments seem to be G2F.
G, I think stormwater management, I think conservation added some.
Wait a second, 2, site design, okay, here we are, I'm sorry, it was just, the formatting got me wrong. Yeah, so vehicular, mechanical, under dumpsters. So first, under D, the question was there, and this is a context, dumpsters shall be screened by a combination of fencing and plantings. Where possible, dumpsters or other trash and recycling collection points shall be located within the building. I don't know if dumpsters refers to the big 10 by 12 dumpsters, or if they call the 100-gallon buckets dumpsters that you can keep inside. So we called that out because we're not clear, and we can ask Emily that one. So that's under D, dumpsters, but she had a comment for that. Oh, she just removed the color. We had it in red to call it out. And it's just a format. Okay, so under E, stormwater management, we consulted with Melissa Danza, Conservation, and she came up with much better language. And are you looking at the one that we got today? Yeah. So, Town Council Elizabeth Lyden wasn't privy to this. This came after her, after she received this, and we didn't want to confuse everything and send her a whole new bylaw. So basically, under E, it's going to say, stormwater management shall comply with the most current versions of the Massachusetts DEP and stormwater management standards, the Massachusetts Stormwater Handbook, Massachusetts Erosion Sediment and Control Guidelines, and we added, and the provisions under Town Code, Section 154, Stormwater and Erosion Control. And that's to ensure that there's redundancy. So right now in site plan, we review stormwater, and under a stormwater management permit by conservation, which is not a special permit, they review stormwater. We don't want to lose the ability for site plan to have the opportunity to look at it, because it's integrated in with paving and grading and all that. But conservation wants to also make sure it's not forgotten that they need to get a stormwater management permit if applicable. So this is basically saying you have to follow, we're going to review it under site plan based on Section 154, which is the new stormwater and erosion control that got moved last year. And we're striking everything else in between, and the last sentence will read, provisions under stormwater and erosion control shall be included as part of site plan review process, but shall not supersede the requirements of Section 154, which says it's under conservation. So they have to get their stormwater. Is that good for everybody?
I like that,
Yep.
yep.
Okay. And then, here, under section F, town council deleted something under 2.
A period. Oh.
Oh, she added something.
She added.
Provided, okay, so number 1 was screening for parking, refer to 174-13. Parking and loading under 2, refer to parking and loading, 174-12, and she added, provided the required number of spaces shall be reduced as provided in F above. That's good to keep, because
The table.
in F, we had at a table specifically that only requires 1.5 spaces per unit. In our town code, under regular parking, we have a minimum of 2 for 1 and 2 bedrooms and 3 parking spaces for anything above. So this is just circling back to F. So we want to keep that. Okay? And the rest is formatted from it. Under number 6, again, lower impact development, refer to 174 dash, I think that 10 is wrong, right?
Yeah, it should be 13.3. Provided section E shall not apply.
Provided, which is good, it's explaining again that special permit section in lid doesn't apply. And under water resource, provided section C does not apply.
And again, should remove the 10 to 13.4.
Yes. Yep, it should be, because water resource protection is 174-13-4. Okay. Okay, and then the last piece there, we had, under number 8, conservation said it shouldn't say chapter, it should have the section symbol before 154, under 8, right there. That should say section. Yep. Okay, here, and I'm gonna put section. Okay. Buildings general, nothing under that. Let's see if town council had anything. We're getting there. Okay. There's nothing all the way to section number 9, waivers.
I have a question on that one.
Oh, no, B, I'm sorry, building principal facade, that's 8. That's section, on, Part 8.
She added multifamily building on the lot, under parking structures.
Yeah, see, so this is,
I think that's fine.
okay, so under parking structures, under 8C, parking structures, buildings dedicated to structured parking on the same lot as one or more multifamily buildings shall be subordinate in design and placement to the multifamily buildings on the lot. Yeah, she just, because multifamily sounded kind of slang there. You should say multifamily buildings. Okay, so keep that.
She just spelt out the EOHLC, which I think is fine.
Which is good too, yep. Okay. Yes, yes, keep. Okay. It's number 9, did I have anything up past that? No. Okay. Was there anything under, building on a lot, under 4? Because no, wait a minute,
No.
take it back, never mind.
No, we're on H.
Yep, 9. Okay, because I saw a tracking line right there next to it. I just wanted to make sure there was nothing at the end there, general development. Oh, that's all part of the, there's no comment under waivers from her?
No.
Just that initial sentence.
Oh, yeah, but you had a question about
EOHLC.
waivers?
Oh, no, I thought she was referring to something new, but she was just
She was spelling out the
defining it.
acronym.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what that tracking line is. Okay, I'm clear. Okay. Under H, affordability, if we go down to number 3, we have purpose, applicability, and we have affordability requirements.
Yeah, so she strikes affordability. She strikes affordability requirements.
Oh, yeah, and
puts
calls
in
it subsidized housing inventory.
That's good.
And then calls it all units affordable to households and keeps earnings 80% or less of AMI created in this MCOD under this section must be eligible for listing in the AO. And then here's where she removes, we had EOHLC written out. And because we already said it previously, we don't have to say it again. So I would keep those. if
Yep.
everybody
we agree.
agrees. Okay.
We're done.
Keep. We're done. Hold on, let me see if I had any.
We're moving.
Wait, I had 2 comments we caught from conservation under H6. Let me see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
She called it affordability, development standards.
Yes, it should, instead of plain development standards, to differentiate it from the other development standard. So it should be affordability development standards. Hold on. Add affordability development standards. Okay, to there. And then also, number 5 should be number 7. So under,
Yep, I got it.
okay, you got that?
Mhm.
Keep that.
And building commissioner changed to zoning enforcement officer.
Yep, we gotta keep going. So, under 6.
But we are a building commissioner. That is who the zoning
You
enforcement
could
officer
say
is.
/ because some towns, some
But-
people,
But this is for Southborough, right?
yeah.
We don't
I think
have
the
a-
code refers to under zoning, under enforcement, it refers to the zoning enforcement.
Yes.
Oh, it
officer.
does?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's right.
so keep zoning enforcement officer?
Yep.
All right.
And what was under D? There was something there that she removed? Oh, the brackets around market rate units.
She's adding the brackets.
She took them out. See right here, I
Sorry.
only know because I'm looking at the old one, otherwise
it.
I wouldn't know. Okay, so we'll accept taking the brackets out. Yep, accept. Accept. And then, you got the 7 for administration
I
and
did.
zoning enforcement
Yep.
officer. And then she has stuff here in site plan review. Under applicability,
Right, she replaced below with herein, legalese, that's fine.
better, right?
Sure.
So accept the word herein. An application, okay, but with purpose and intent of this.
This whole section versus we specified 10.3D through 10.3H.
Yeah.
So I think that she's
That's
just
good
making it
too,
more
right?
succinct. Yep.
Okay. Accept, and then,
Section 2, site plan approval, she suggested that we replace,
she deleted the period, which I had Colleen put in everywhere. Sorry.
replace the word conditions with requirements. Just seems fine.
Okay, accept. So the reason I say that with a period is because when we write out a section like that, it goes by what it says in the left-hand side. So like site plan review has an I period. So you'd go I period parentheses 1 parentheses, you know what I mean? It just, but it doesn't matter, that's not critical. We'll clean it up one way or another.
No idea what you're talking about.
Oh,
That's all right.
that's all right, it's okay. Where she deleted the period. Okay, so under the last part of part 2, it says to ensure that these requirements are satisfied.
Replaced have been with requirements, to ensure that these have been satisfied, to ensure that these requirements are satisfied.
That's more defined there.
Correct.
So keep, accept. Okay, then we're down to B.
She added or has received waivers from the requirements therein.
Projects described having needs to develop standard. Sounds okay to me.
Agree?
Yep, keep. And then, do I have anything more here? Last page,
Hallelujah.
severability, there's one word at the end. And that's to add the very
Bylaw.
last phrase, remainder of the town of Southborough zoning bylaw. And we keep that.
Amazing work, considering we got the town council remarks, 10 minutes before the meeting tonight? And the bylaw language is due, tomorrow or the day after? And that's on an extension. So that's some context for the labor pains just experienced by the department. Thank you. Why don't we go through the board now with comment and question? Ms. Houlihan?
I have no comments or questions.
Mr. Maria?
I think that last time we met, in our meeting, we were talking about a couple of things, and I have to admit I lost track of them. One of them had to do with design guidelines, and I don't know if that's applicable to this or not, or completely outside of this? Outside of this, okay.
I think we were going to handle that down the line.
Down the road, okay.
Yeah, there was, like, the downtown district, it says, like, planning board will promulgate design guidelines, which we did prepare and have ready.
Yep.
And since we don't have design guidelines ready right now, it's probably not good to
Rush
say something in there, and then the people in the town meeting say, what are the design guidelines? And then they'll feel uncomfortable voting for something that they don't, haven't seen something of.
Yep.
So it's strictly this bylaw, the way it's,
I'm good with the bylaw. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
if that makes sense.
Thank you. Ms. Luttrell?
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to mention a couple of things because I went to a Mass Municipal Association webinar today on 3A. And just to clarify, there have been requests for adding mixed use, and just wanted to make the board and anybody else watching aware of it's not really that easy. You're required to submit a mixed use district to EOHLC prior to bringing the bylaw to town meeting. Also, any acreage in a mixed-use development district does not count for the overall acreage. So if we had a 10-acre mixed-use development district, out of our 50, we would only have 40 acres and would have to add 10 more someplace else because that doesn't apply. Also, you cannot require any parking for any non-residential uses, so they want them in eligible locations like downtown or right near transit where you can walk and won't need parking. And then just interesting, there have been 3 towns to date that have received full compliance: Lexington, Arlington, and Salem. There are many others that are being reviewed, but only 3 thus far. And no towns have received acceptance of their feasibility studies for adding more affordability. There are many in review, but none have been approved as of yet. That's it. Thanks.
Mimi, what was the third? It's Lexington, Salem, and what were the 3 towns?
Arlington.
Arlington, okay, thank you.
Ms. Braccio?
Thank you. No questions, just a huge shout out to Colleen, Karina, Mimi, and Marnie for, in such a short time frame, on such a tight window, getting us to the point we're at today. I know how much time and energy you guys put into doing the first pass and making the changes that needed to be. So on behalf of the board, I thank you very much for all your time and dedication to getting us to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you. Andrew Pfaff, another volunteer in town, did some extensive research and provided some feedback to the board. So I also just wanted to thank him for spending the time. He did raise a question, and I wanted to defer this back to Colleen to make sure that we are, based on the criteria, it is stated that 20% of the units, 150 units, have to be within the half mile of MBTA. I know our initial state compliance suggests around 49. So he did raise the question, are we sure we are in state compliance knowing that we're supposed to have 150? I know we're relying on Bowler, suggesting that we're okay, but I think we need to confirm that.
150 units in the half mile.
The requirements by the state mandate is 20%.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting that we're using a non-developable parcel in the form of that park to meet the minimum acreage, but if it's non-developable, I think that Mr. Pfaff might have a point in terms of compliance.
We'll find out, but I think that one of the discussions was that on average, the total amount has to average out to 15 units per acre. And in that, I think Bowler describes
Okay.
how many units are achievable in these. I didn't see one under 150. So it's in their email. We'll have to look. Okay.
Right, it's just the state law that
Yeah.
states 20% acreage and 20% of the housing.
Yep,
So I think it's a very important point that he made.
yeah.
Okay, so I think we're at the point now, we've gone through the slides, we've gone through the bylaw. So folks in the public, people want to just approach the mic, introduce yourself, and
I just sent it in the Dropbox. I can't.
so we need name and address, please.
My name is Bob Heavey. I'm here on 88 and 84 Turnpike Road. It's a parcel of 13 acres that we submitted, and I guess we got rejected. I've tried to find out why we got rejected, and so far I haven't been able to find that out. Let me explain what we do have. We're on Route 9, yet our entrance is on a secondary road. We have about 13 acres of land. We were only applying for 5 acres to be used for housing. The remaining property we were going to give to conservation, which is conservation in 2019 listed the most important pieces of property they wanted for conservation in the town. This was one of them. And the reason for that is they've got the town forest up on Oak Street, and then they've got down in Woodland, you've got the farm property, but you have no way to connect them together for your trails. This piece would give you, it would connect two big pieces in the town, the two biggest, together into one. And we were going to donate it to the town, assuming we built on the front part. We're located next to a drugstore, which, as you know, nowadays these drugstores sell everything. Walgreens. We're also near a church. We're near the post office. We're near schools. We're near a playground. We're near restaurants. All amenities that are walkable. Now, you're taking a piece that's going to be one of the major pieces, which is the furthest, probably one of the furthest pieces of property in the town from the train station. And it doesn't front on any of your streets in Southborough. It fronts on property in Marlborough. And I've been around a long time, and I remember, because I was developing in Marlborough at the time, when Marlborough wanted to develop a piece, in reverse, they wanted to have the frontage into Southborough. Southborough was absolutely refused. I can't imagine why they would now, Marlborough is going to turn around, and they get a long mind too, and agreed to let you do that. I think you're in for a real big surprise when you go to try to use their streets and dump all your traffic onto it. Also, what you just talked about, the park that you know you can't build on, you're using that to make the 10 acres. I think what you're doing is playing games. You don't want to develop in town. You've said it at the first meeting when we sat at tables and we decided to take votes on where it should go. You had people walking around the room telling everyone, don't vote for good ones. We don't want it. Vote for places that we know we can't build. And that's basically what I think you've done. And I just wanted to come forward and let you know that I'm going to be the guy who's already been in touch with Maureen Healy's office, the governor's office, and I'm dealing with the gentleman in there in the Housing and Economic Development section who's very interested in what I've told him. And I told him I'd bring him in a package and show him what I'm saying. And I've got other people in town that are equally aware of what's going on, and they're back getting some stuff together for me too. And my understanding is they come down pretty hard on that, as it's some of the towns are starting to find out who decided they just weren't going to follow the rules. The concept was you were supposed to try to find land that you can develop, not find land that's already either fully developed or damn nearly with new buildings where they're not going to tear them down, they're not going to take them down, but that's what you did. And then you found another property. First you said my old buildings that are on my property are historical. Well, they're ready to fall down, they're not livable, but those were too important to demolish. But the properties down near the train station, that every single piece of property has a historical house that is registered in the historical society. And that's what you're using for land over there. So you're playing a lot of games with it. And I found it, kind of unusual. And I just wanted you to have a face to understand that who is going to be going into the town, the state, and discussing this with them. You're doing it wrong. You know you're doing it wrong. You're using pieces that you shouldn't be using. And even tonight, when you were starting the meeting, you commented about, the fact that they may not be developable. So I'd like you to reconsider my piece. It's got sidewalks, it's got everything, and it's got a big piece of conservation property, or potential conservation property. So, thank you.
Thank you. We certainly have looked at the compliance modeling very carefully. We've been working with a consultant specifically for compliance purposes. We've actually, went through a number of working meetings and analyzed the entire town. I can't off the top of my head speak to, do you want to try? Thank you. Ms. Houlihan?
Yep. Thanks, Bob. I appreciate it. I'm sorry you feel that way. The one thing about the piece of land at 34 St. Martin, if anyone's aware of that Cimarino development, Greenpoint, very large developments are going in that are multifamily housing. Phase 2 is just started, and so that is actually right in an area that would probably have support through public transit to a train station. Because of quite a bit of development that's happening right now. And if you've driven by that, you've seen Greenpoint, which just opened, and then there's a whole phase 2 that's in development as well. And so that plot of land at 34 St. Martin is right at that area. So, to be determined, but I think it is within an area that's being heavily developed. Relative to your property, we did do the rubric, and I did share that with you. So I know that you have that information based on the last planning board. So all of the Excel data, you gave me your email, I sent it to you, which shared the rubric that we had pulled together. I don't know what. Right. So I think that based on the rubric that we created, that we shared with you.
I think I have that. Did you say you sent it to me?
Yeah, I sent it to you by email. You wrote your email down, and I sent it to you that night with all of the detailed of how we did this process.
Where did you have it come from? From you personally? Or?
Me, my Southborough, mhoulihan at southborough.org, southboroughma.com. But I don't want to spend too much time here. I appreciate your comments. I'm sorry you feel that way. We made the decision. We've submitted the requests to the state. The state's compliance modeling, which is up here, says that we are in compliance based on the presentation that we shared earlier today with the 3 parcels. We hear you. This is what the public process is for, and I think if other people come ahead and suggest that your parcels are the ones that we should be considering on Route 9, then I think that's worthy of us listening. That's why we're in public hearings.
Okay, well, as I say, I don't think there's a piece in the town that's better set up for this type of thing than mine, other than the ones near the train station. But over there's no open land that it can be done on. It's just, and every house up over there is historical. So you got an issue.
Well, there's a requirement for 10 acres. The Massachusetts doesn't really care. You need 10 acres within a half mile. So unfortunately, we have to comply with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eby.
See if you can hear me this time. Hi, my name is John Cage, 6 Parker Street. Thank you for all the work you've done on this. I was actually on the Zoom call about a week and a half ago, going over the bylaws and several hours of that call. So thank you so much for all the work you've done on that. It's come a long way. Just kind of going on with Area 1, which is the train station area that's been discussed already in a way. I know the park is now, as it's stated, conserved land under Article 97, which is great. There was a lot of concern in that area about the park, and I understand the reason why the park was chosen, because you needed to get across the road. Kind of concerned, wondering about some statements that have been made earlier tonight, and also in that meeting previous, about the 15 units per acre. It sounds like there's some flexibility. We had to have an average in the entire 50 acres, but there's also been the statement made that that area near the train has to be compliant to 150 units. So that's an interesting, how are we going to do that in that area? There's not a whole lot of parking. There's, of course, no septic. And there's a traffic concern, not just the fact that some of those houses are historical. So I'm wondering, I mean, are we realistically submitting something that is even feasibly to be built with the bylaws that are currently written, with the requirements of 2.5 stories, 35 feet, the setbacks? Are we going to end up going to get some sort of pushback from the state stating that, no, your bylaws aren't going to allow any type of development in that area because it's physically impossible to get 150 units in an area that has a restriction in space, restriction in height, restrictions in setbacks, and of course, no septic, no trash, and no other major support structure that's being provided? I mean, that's my first part. I don't know if you want to answer that or not.
Well, this is just my answer as interim chair. The infrastructure points that you made are really not part of I mean, that's all stuff, that would be through the building process. This bylaw and this warrant article do not address current development conditions, I guess, if you will, in terms of what you had just pointed out.
Yeah, and
But
that might go into my actual
the
second.
protected area, the areas that are restricted from development can be part of the acreage within the half mile to make it contiguous.
Right.
Although it is not buildable. So I think we did discuss that earlier in terms of the number of units in that area and making sure that it was going to be compliant.
Yeah, and that was mentioned about the 150 units that would be compliant. But of course, you've got the park that is, I'm not entirely sure how much acreage that is. It's probably only a half acre, if that.
Right.
It's probably not even that. So it's not, you're basically pushing more and more units into what land is developable, quote unquote developable. So that's just the concern.
Oh, no,
Making
sir,
sure-
no, we're not talking about increasing density, just to be clear about
Okay.
this. Yeah. No, it would be just, what would happen if it turns out it's not compliant? Ostensibly, we would have to increase the area of the district within that half mile. But we don't know yet where that stands.
Okay.
And just a point of clarity, Mr. Cage, I think the compliance model, and correct me if I'm wrong, Colleen, only indicates we could only build 49 units in that half acre versus the 150.
Actually, I just found.
Oh,
it's
okay.
actually 154.
Oh, it is? Okay.
I'm sorry, the 154 in
Southville area.
in that section, area 1.
It's shocking.
I will share my screen. So the District 1 is the industrially zoned area by, near Southville, and that has a 49 units per acre. Another area, District 2, they have listed as the Residence B in the same area, is 68, and the District 3 in Area 6 is 37 under Business Village. So they broke it out by the underlying zoning, but the actual total of that is 154 for that one Southville area.
Isn't the unit capacity the bottom line?
Yeah, I think you're looking at the wrong thing.
I thought it was dwelling units per acre limit. Am I not all the way over?
So, we might be muddying the waters a little bit here. We're going to be going back to our consultant to clarify this point.
Anyway, they assure us we're compliant.
Thank you.
Yeah, like I said, I'm just I'm just as confused, I think, as a lot of other people on this about
hear ya.
how many acres you're expecting and how many are going to be compliant. And that kind of segues into the other aspect of my question for tonight. I know we're all under this time frame. We have to have this done by December. I believe that's the current date, right? December, we have to have this done. I know you all have done a lot of work over the last week, 2 weeks, if not more, trying to get this document, this bylaws done. But, you know, from today's conversation, from witnessing the changes you were making, and the comments that we're going to address some things after the vote. Is that what we really should be doing? Should we just wait until our bylaws are done, wait until our design guidelines are done, then approach it to the town? Because I fear and I believe a good majority of the town will be leery of voting in something that is going to be admitted to. We're going to be changing it after the vote. And that's something that's kind of it's going to frighten people. It'll frighten me to understand that areas, especially my neighborhood, may be changed after the vote with, you know, how much say at that point in time, because now it becomes, instead of a town issue, it becomes more of a zoning board issue to change these words. So,
Well, it is normal and typical for there to be some codification. And actually, we had a public hearing earlier tonight about updating the code for the downtown district.
Yes,
And
I was-
that passed in 2021. So there are normal and, you know, changes made and updates made to the code every town meeting.
I understand that. And
think-
I understand there will be changes. It's just, this is not just touching, you know, future development. This is touching people's property today. And you need to come in, as we saw with Milton just recently, they had a pass. They passed this, you know, their plan. And then the town found out what was really going on, and they decided to fight that. And now it's no longer passed. So, you know, Milton is paying the repercussions for that, but at the same time, the town wasn't fully behind it. And if we can run into that same problem, if we are not clear and detailed on what is going on, and you know, this part of this earlier conversation of how many units in that area 1, if that's not clear, people are going to fear what you're doing.
Yeah, fortunately, there are more public hearings before town meeting, so we will be
A
addressing
few weeks
these
later,
things.
yes.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Agreed. No, and thank you for your points.
Can I just make one point? So thanks, Mr. Cage. I don't disagree. I think that what I would want to clarify is that we can't make changes that the town doesn't vote on, specific to this law. So we can't I think the comment around we can do that after were design guidelines are only guidelines. They can't be enforced. So those were really about the conversation about what would the facade look like? What would we like to see? What kind of buildings? Would we like to have a mermaid shingle or a flat shingle? I'm not a developer, so I have no idea what these things are. But things like that, but they can't be enforced. They're really just guidelines. So I wouldn't want you to walk away saying, okay, we're going to get this to pass and then we're going to make all these changes. We've heard a lot of requests come in, like, let's get multi-use. Multi-use is a very big bar. We need to just get people accustomed to MBTA and what this request is. Whether town meeting passes it or not, it will be our attempt to educate the town attendees. Whether they decide to not pass it, we'll definitely need a special town meeting for a subsequent one. But I think we at least need to get a pulse on what people have to say when we get there.
And that makes sense, and I understand. Thank you very much. As I was saying, my own experience, I grew up on the vineyard, and trust me, all the entertainments of how houses look are a very big thing. With that in mind, you know, just my own experience with my work and everything of that nature, if you're going to go to the town meeting and there's doubt, questions, or missing blank answers, you're going to have real problems, and it's going to frighten people. Thank you very much. Thanks again for all that.
Thank you.
John Palmer, 131 Parkerville, and I've been following the process every step of the way and participating in the process. I thought the presentation was fabulous on explaining everything about this regulation. The only thing I might suggest is that we, somehow make town residents aware of the level of funding that is at risk if we don't pass this, and what impact that may have on our town's budget and programs and services. So that's the only point I wanted to make.
Thanks, John. I agree. I think I put an email out requesting what our funding was. So I totally agree. I think knowing what the financial implications are. Appreciate it.
There's 2 hands raised in Zoom. You have to turn on your mic, Colleen.
Dave, can you state your name and address, please?
Hi, this is David Ferris at 52 Sears Road.
Hi.
Hey, how are you guys this evening? Thanks for the time. And I just was going to quickly comment on Bob's earlier comment, but stepping back before I get to that, I just wanted to say, as a developer in town and a person who's lived here 50 years, I think there's obviously compliance with the law, and then there's the spirit of the law. And having been a law student and taken the bar exam and been a practitioner on and off over the years and worked around a lot of smart lawyers, I would be very concerned if I were this board in gray areas around parks or permitting 40Bs to comply with the state's law, because it's a pretty big bet you're making for the broader residents of the community. And I say that because I think there's been a lot of really good meetings and a really good spirited discussion. And as you, Marty, pointed out, you've done a rubric that's been very detailed and illustrative. But it would be a really shame to have, one resident bring this to the state and, frankly, have it not pass the smell test when you're putting like a park in there, or you're putting an existing 40B like Madison Place up on Route 9. I just think from a resident perspective, but more with an overlay of being a lawyer, that whether or not you're relying on Bowler downtown Boston, and I know the guys you're talking to, and I work with the guys out in Southborough, they're my tenant on the top floor of the building, so I know Bowler really well. I'd be really careful putting this big of a bet on civil engineers. And I say that respectfully because civil engineers are just that. They're civil engineers. They're not lawmakers. They're not policymakers. They're interpreting a bunch of text language and trying to get you, the people who are trying to do the right thing by the town. But I think when you talk to a guy like Bob, who was up at the mic earlier, and you say to him, well, your property didn't fit in the rubrics. I think this is a great opportunity for you to meet with the man, reevaluate his position, and try and find a place for him in this future zoning to make people who want to be at the table and a part of this zoning in a responsible area in town. And let's be honest, it's a dump over there. And I say it's a dump because I had my couch reupholstered a year ago in that crappy building next to Walgreens, which, by the way, I'll be the owner of in 2 weeks. And I'll be more than supportive as a neighbor that owns the Walgreens to support Bob's multifamily development, because it's an uptick for the neighborhood. It's right on Route 9, and it's responsible housing in a dumpy area that looks crappy when you drive by it. It's sort of like our downtown Southborough. We had an opportunity 10, 20 years ago to change that, and we kind of got, sideways, I would say, with an owner down there. And now we all look at a dumpy corner lot. Like, we've got to think as planners that strategically say to ourselves, does this make sense? When we have a guy come to multiple meetings, and I've watched this guy now get up twice at the microphone and say, I'm really troubled, my property doesn't fit. And when I look at the acreage and the give back the guy's talking about doing, I would pull it aside and I would say, hey, we as planners for this town have a responsibility to stay out of anything gray. This town's been through a lot of litigation. We're a small community. A lot of the residents are like me. They're old cronies who've been here for years. They have very strong opinions. And when you drag them into legal fights because you're permitting like a, cemetery or a park or a 40B, it's not going to look good for the state. And it's going to give them the reason to dig in really deep and find the mistakes. And let's face it, everybody's trying to do the right thing. But if you put one or two of these things in that kind of is in a gray area, and gives the state the opportunity to really start digging in, you're putting a lot of town funding at risk, and I don't think it's a good idea. So I think put the rubric aside, meet with the man, try and find a path that gives him reconsideration before you get so far down the road that the state comes back and puts all the funding at risk. Just my thoughts as a lawyer, but a guy who actually has worked with Buller Engineering and they're my tenant for 20-something years at 352 Turnpike. And you're talking to the guy who's going to be the neighbor to, the Walgreens. Like, if I'm saying it's a good idea and it's a dumpy set of buildings next door and, there's a couch reupholstery place, the place is falling down, the two buildings look like hell, anything over there is going to look better than what it is. So maybe you consider working with him and you put him on the agenda to make a more passionate plea to get him included in this MBTA. I got nothing to gain. I've never met the man. I'm just saying it's good for the community. Thanks for your time and consideration. Over.
Thanks, Mr. Ferris. Mr. Perry?
Unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, David Perry, 22 Main Street. Actually, I don't know the last person who spoke, but I really want to support what he said. I think you're calling it Parcel 3, the parcel which is south of Route 9 at Crystal Pond Road, which is Madison Place. Now, I certainly do not. It's not really a criticism of what you're doing. Maybe it's a problem with the state guidelines or what they're telling you, but to actually propose a site like Site 3, which is Madison Place, which is an approved 40B with existing relatively new multifamily housing already at the density you're talking about, to propose that as a future site for more multifamily housing just makes I just don't understand the logic of that. No one's going to tear down some relatively new multifamily housing just to build new, more multifamily housing on the same site. It doesn't make any logical sense whatsoever. So anyway, I've said enough. I simply don't understand how Site 3 could possibly comply with the Act, but maybe that's the problem with the state guidelines and not with, I suggest that someone follow up on that and really sort of get to the bottom of it, because it just doesn't make any logical sense. Anyway, I do support what you're trying to do. It's a lot of hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Any other comments, questions from the public?
We have about more than that, 21 attendees, no other hands raised.
So I think this was a very productive first public hearing, and I really want to thank the planning department and the members of the public that participated and attended tonight. We really appreciate everybody's input and feedback, and we certainly have our work cut out for us in terms of advancing this agenda item. So I think at this point, we'll entertain the motion to continue.
Oh,
Sorry, one moment, please.
So we have
March 4th,
March 4th scheduled for a Zoom,
6:30.
yeah, a meeting specifically for MBTA communities.
And that's
And you can start it at 6.
Perfect. So I make a motion to continue the public hearing for MBTA Communities Multifamily Zoning, MGL 40A, Section 3A, Multifamily Zoning by Right, to March 4th at 6:30 PM.
I second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion?
I will be joining by Zoom.
So this is a Zoom only
Oh,
meeting.
even better.
Right. So just to reiterate to the public that this public hearing will continue on Zoom only, not in person, on March 4th, 6:30 PM. Any other discussion? Hearing that, all in favor of Stein, yes?
Houlihan, yes?
Demiria, yes?
Latrell, yes?
Brashear, yes.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is a discussion item, 325 Turnpike Road, Ken's Foods.
Mr.
MS
Chair, I'm going to recuse myself.
Thank you, Mr. Moria. This is the MSPA/LID building expansion as-built review.
Okay. A lot of good things have happened since our last meeting.
Good evening, Karina, how are you?
Good, thank you. At the last meeting, the planning board voted to approve to recommend a temporary certificate of occupancy for 325 Turnpike Road, Ken's Foods, with some contingencies. And one of those, the first one was that Fuss & O'Neill, our town's engineering consultant, provide a follow-up review of Scott Doty's response to their review. There were two items of concern regarding the drainage, and one was a level spreader pipe that was slightly pitched back. And then there was the foundation drain that was never included in the as-built fully or in the storm calculations. So we did receive review comments back from Fuss & O'Neill last Friday afternoon. I provided those to the Ken's Foods team this morning, or sometime today. I provided that to the planning board as well, but I had been corresponding, so we knew what was going on. So Fuss & O'Neill has found that the two drainage questions do not create a significant impact to the drainage system that was designed and installed. The addition of the foundation drain, considering their expertise and Scott's information that was provided. So that's good. Let me see here. Sam?
Yes,
You
good evening,
provided
Sam
me today.
Detroit.
Yes, I got you.
Right.
I'm just tired.
That's okay.
So, Sam provided some pictures. One of the other contingencies was that, there were several of them, was that the sound barrier wall had some erosion. So he provided pictures today that showed those areas filled in with gravel. Some, looks like maybe 3/4 inch stone
Correct.
type of things. And I'll be providing those to Fuss & O'Neill as a follow-up as well, just to make sure. So, let me just find one more piece of information. I'm sorry, my husband's trying to desperately reach me for some reason. I just hope nothing's wrong. Hold on a second. So there were 5 contingencies. Here they are. I got them. Okay. So task 1 was the follow-up review by Fuss & O'Neill to respond to the as-built review comments. And those 2 drainage issues were satisfied at this point. Then Ken's Foods was to revise the as-built to correct the slope arrow. So on the as-built plans, on that level spreader that was slightly pitched back, when you prepare the as-built that are revised, you have to fix the slope that it truly shows it's kind of going the wrong direction, or it is going the wrong direction. And then also show the foundation drain on the plan, on the as-built plan, that it's been installed.
Well, we show it going to the building, but
Yeah, the agreement was that you would show it on the plan. When you make the revisions for the other things that you have to, you should include that too. I'm assuming the person who installed it has record of where he put it?
yes, we do.
Okay. The landscaping issues are to be addressed in the springtime.
Karina, if I could interject, also the paving would have to be shown on that as-built plan as well.
Yep, that's coming.
Okay.
I wrote it in that whole list, it's in the
Okay, good.
email, so. So Ken's Foods addressed landscaping deficiencies with all planted areas to be reviewed in the springtime of 2024 to confirm plants installed are in compliance with the approved plans and are in good condition and provide revised as-built, as referenced in the Fuss and O'Neill letter. Ken's Foods to review and repair the erosion and undermining of the sound wall, we saw that already. Ken's Foods to provide as-built once final paving is completed at the northwest corner of the site, as referenced again in the Fuss and O'Neill comments. So my goal is to, if the planning board agrees, because you already voted and we have the Fuss and O'Neill comments, that tomorrow afternoon, I will have the opportunity to draft a notice of vote from the last meeting outlining these remaining contingencies and recommend a temporary certificate of occupancy to the building commissioner, who's the one who signs actually off on your temporary. And then once these items are addressed, and with the understanding that there's that meadow area that there's a bond for, that's a 3-year program. But the other things that were supposed to be done will be contingent on you getting a full certificate of occupancy. All right, and as far as how long that lasts, the building commissioner will tell you whether it's 30 days or more, and you just have to renew it, or that's up to him to do.
Thank you.
Also,
Could you just,
Building inspector, I'm sorry.
yep, just introduce yourselves, please?
Sure, Scott Doty from John Crow Associates.
Sam DeTore, Columbia Construction.
Thank you, welcome.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
And did I understand you correctly, Karina, that it's the building inspector's determination of what the time frame is?
Your renewal period of your
Renew-
temporary. So
Okay,
sometimes they set like a 30-day, and I'm not familiar exactly what he's going to do, but I think lots of times it's 30 days, and if you still haven't met it, he's going to say, hey, what's going on? But I will outline in the letter that some of these things are related to springtime.
some of them are that was
Yeah.
my point, thanks.
Yes.
Yeah, was it's weather related on the page.
So I would guess he adjusts it accordingly.
And-
I just don't know what his requirement is per building code, if there's a set amount or not.
I guess could we leave it that we discuss it with the building inspector, and then we also consult with you also, and so you understand what's going on, all right?
Yeah.
Okay,
The idea is that you won't get your full certificate of occupancy until you meet the requirements of the contingencies that will
Right.
be written into that permit.
right, understood.
Yours.
Yeah, because we'd like to wait until best conditions for paving, all the snow is gone to confirm all the planting.
Yeah.
So you're talking May sometime probably, at
Yeah,
least.
that's understood. So we'll just recommend it, and then he sets the,
Okay, we'll work it
With the
out with him and you.
Thank you, Ms. Julian.
No comments, thank you.
Mr. Maria? Oh, Mr. Maria is recused. Ms. Luttrell?
No comments, thank you.
Ms. Braccio?
No comments, thank you.
It would seem that we have consensus and agreement with the town planner, and please proceed thusly.
will do.
Thank you, and sorry, there is a raised hand in the audience. Mr. Ferris, I believe?
He's coming.
Seems to have put his hand down.
Yep, it's me, David Ferris, 52 Sears. Just quickly, I was going to mention, having watched this over the last 2 months and had an opportunity for the taxpayers to have issued this temp CO almost 60 days ago, I would really challenge the planning board to systematically look at what really changed at the site condition level between January 6th, when we all sat here and debated whether to give this applicant their temp CO versus now, because the town residents have really taken it pretty hard on the chin here, with probably a gap of close to 150 to 200,000 of a taxable assessment revenue on this property. I mean, you're talking a 50-acre site in the dead heart of Route 9 that was assessed at $30 million 2 years ago before these renovations started, and is now assessed at 35. With this addition at 65 feet clear high and triple net rents in this kind of product at $20 a foot, This decision punted 60 days cost us as taxpayers probably $200,000 of taxable revenue by Paul Sabelli at, I don't know, a $13.90 rate. My point to the planning board, and I really want to hammer this home, is I think if you write a creative letter to the planning board or to the select board and ask for Fuss and O'Neill to be at every single one of these meetings, you'll expedite and literally save hundreds of dollars for pennies on the dollar having our consultant, Fuss and O'Neill, at each and every meeting to streamline your ability to make timely decisions. I think you're being hamstrung and you're getting caught up, I think, bluntly, in the past way of doing business. And you're missing, I think, a fundamental tool, which is Casey, your building inspector, and his ability to rescind a temporary CO. I think that's the key here. I want to really hammer this home. There was an economic cost to the town. Everyone on this board did what they were supposed to do, followed the rules, looked at the reviewed plans, et cetera. But you're working in a framework that structurally needs change and needs to get consistent with other towns' best practices. And here we have a situation where Fuss and O'Neill was at the meeting on January 6th for less than $1,000. They could have said, look, 98% of this looks pretty good. Why don't we give them the temp CO while we're evaluating everything? The structure's been built. The building inspectors sign off. We got a yellow piece of tape, and we're forcing this good company to delay utilizing that asset that they've invested $10 to $15 million in our community for months while we check boxes and tick and tie everything relative to our engineered and pre-approved plans and schematics. And having been a guy in town, and I was actually going to write a letter today about the strong leasing velocity we're getting at another property that's enjoyed the dysfunction and the tax savings. I really want to highlight this issue and make sure the planning board in the future, when we see these issues coming towards year end with major projects in our community, we really try and align ourselves with the applicant and make it a win-win where the applicant can get utilization under a temp CO and we can get a small bond, or we can pull the temp CO, and in return, our taxpayers can enjoy hundreds of thousands of dollars of additional revenue. So I really would challenge the planning board to look back and say, from the time we looked at this in January and we said, we're going to get it done in 2 weeks, and now it's late February, it's finally getting done. Like, think about, there's the past way of doing business, and then there's the economic business sense overlaying with our rules and regs that we have to comply with. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ferris. Any other hands out there? Great. Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Next item on the agenda is, sorry, we good? Next item on the agenda is a discussion item, residences at Park Central 40B.
So the only thing I wanted to just point out is that according to the ZBA's website, that there's potentially a meeting scheduled April 3rd, 2024 at 7 PM to be determined based on the status of the land court.
Sorry to interrupt. Just a quick point of order. Did we lose Mr. Maria for the evening? No.
Want me to go get her? I'll get her. I got to
Sorry.
stretch anyway. I just have to stand up a minute. Okay, be right back.
Unless we did a wheelie. I think we did lose her.
I was doing well for a little while. I'm no Mimi Luttrell.
Thank God for that.
I would entertain a motion for a 2-minute recess.
Second,
I can't make the motion. I don't
Oh.
think. You have to make it.
I make a motion for a 2-minute recess.
Do we have a second? Mimi?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, Stein, yes?
Houlihan, yes?
Latrell, yeah.
Brashear, yes.
Thank you. We'll be back in 2. Planning Board is back in session. Next item on the agenda is a discussion item, residences at Park Central 40B.
I did
well-
that before the recess. You want more? Oh, we have to follow up. I just did an explanation.
Okay. Did anybody on the board have any questions? Mimi, Lisa?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda is discussion item, 120 Turnpike Road, 40B.
Okay. So around the last meeting, we have Attorney George Bonan.
I can come up if you'd like me to. I don't know if you want me to expand on anything, or if you were just gonna.
Just in case, it might be helpful since you're here, so we can acknowledge that you attended. So a couple of things happened. We had received a response letter for 120 Turnpike Road, the 40B project, from Ferris Development in response to Planning Board's comments to the ZBA. So I believe Ferris Development wrote a letter to the ZBA, or sent it to the ZBA for the Planning Board to address the comments that the Planning Board had. It's my understanding that Mimi Luttrell, who's usually the chair, is asking the Planning Board about being able to provide a follow-up letter to the Ferris's response letter, to respond to those responses, which is a kind of a typical thing. It goes back and forth a little bit. The other thing that we did receive is a letter initially from Ferris Development talking about, requesting a modification to the 118-120 Turnpike Road 2019 major site plan and the special permit for LID, which you had submitted in a letter form and had a couple of minor errors that we went over. So in the meantime, Attorney Benon came in and met with me to do a pre-application kind of guidance meeting, which I think was helpful to you. And I described what he's required to submit, the process, the timing, et cetera. But part of that initial letter that you sent asking had some options about mitigating that 6.2 acre southern piece of 118-120 Turnpike. And the application we're talking about that they would submit as a modification to the prior permits from 2019 in order to address a condition that said that was to be conveyed to the town for conservation. So in that letter, you provided some options regarding some other property, and we discussed some of those. And then I had recommended you go to conservation and speak with Melissa Danza, the conservation agent, because the items, it involves a conservation restriction, that condition that was set. And she provided you with a list of some projects that they're working on. So that's where we stand, and I distributed that information to the planning board. I haven't vetted any of the conservation's list, but Melissa had provided those, so, some were things that were already built, some that you had suggested, like a kiosk, et cetera, and the parking spaces. And then the condition of some of the property over near Brigham Granuel Road, those configurations had changed since that A&R that you had prior. So that might give you a different idea if you want to suggest something else. So that's where we're at. Mimi, if I forget anything, let me know. But I think one of the things, A, was getting a response letter drafted in response to the Ferris Development comments, and then B, Ferris and his team is working on a modification application for that, which involves trying to get some feedback on different options that they could do to mitigate that 6.2 acres if that happens.
Thank you. Could you just introduce yourself, please?
Yes, for the record, my name is George Bonin, Assistant General Counsel with Ferris Development.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Well, I have a quick question.
Yes.
Did you receive, or was council provided the letter from Attorney St. Andre?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead, sir.
Yes, we received that today, had a chance to review it. The overall essence of the letter was Attorney St. Andre suggesting we do a land swap in exchange for their support for the 120 special permit modification. Attorney St. Andre suggested that we gift to the town the land we have at 250 Turnpike, and that they would support the 120 Turnpike special permit modification. And that was basically the gist of the letter. I haven't had a chance to discuss it with Mr. Ferris or Attorney Charville yet. I'm not sure if it's something we can get behind, if I'm being completely honest. We view that land as land that can be developed, although the abutters have a different position, different legal position. We view it as land that can be developed. So our original idea was to purchase land elsewhere, something that would still be beneficial to the town, has the same open space element, and gift that to the town. We have a parcel picked out. I can't, and I apologize, I can't remember the actual address of it. Corinne and I have discussed it, and it's available for purchase at the moment, and it's about 5 acres, and it abuts a water line. And that's as much as I can say about that.
So at the last meeting, we had also talked about a revocation of the restriction in exchange for submission.
A modification of the restriction, correct?
In exchange for submission to our site plan review process.
Yes. That is yet, we haven't discussed that yet. I'm not sure if that's also on the table yet, or on the table anymore, rather. Right now, we're moving forward with giving the town certain considerations, i.e., some funds towards environmental cleanup. One of the ideas we had before was building a kiosk on conservation land, which is no longer an option because the Conservation Commission has already started that process and funded it. We're not yet ready, or I can't say right now if we would allow the planning board to entertain or participate in the site plan review. That's just not something I've discussed with my client yet, but I don't know if it's on the table.
Okay. I mean, Mr. Ferris was here at the last meeting, and he sounded supportive of that concept. That was my recollection.
And his initial statement may have sounded like that, but if you recall later, he meant to say we would give the planning board certain considerations or options that we could give to the town. That's what he was trying to relay.
Understood. Okay, Ms. Houlihan?
I have no questions.
Mr.
Thanks for
Maria?
coming.
I have to say that I'm confused about how the whole process would work. Just to be honest, it sounds almost like a bribe.
Oh, I mean, I don't think it would be a bribe because...
I know, not that it's meant to be,
No.
but when we're looking at something that's in front of us, it has to be contained within the four corners. So if we're looking, for example, if you bring something forward on 120, how do you say, well, one of the, considerations is going to be this other thing that's not contained in that application. So when we spoke last time, I was referring to a case that I think Samuelson versus Orleans Planning Board, which town council had mentioned to us, and I've looked up, and not an attorney, so I can't say. I'm still interested to know how, where we are in terms of following any kind of case law.
Yes, I'm glad you brought that up. So after discussing with Mr. Ferris and Attorney Charville, we will be submitting to the board along with our application, like a legal memo of our legal position so that you can review it, assuming town council is okay with that. That's the only approval I think we would need. I don't want to loop him out, but I'm sure he'd be all right with it.
Providing the
Correct, the legal
plan-
memorandum.
Oh, I see. I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, no, I think that would be helpful. I've just, that's my only comment is, when we're looking at an application, everything has to be in that application. So I don't actually see how we could entertain anything else that's outside of that application.
I see.
And I just don't know the mechanics of how that works, and I'm looking for a precedent in this town, and I don't know of one.
Well, maybe Karina can help me out here, but along with the application, there will be certain documents that come with it. Site plan, one of the things we will be providing is also a letter, kind of like the letter we've already submitted, but a little bit, it'll be reworked a little bit to provide more than just option A, option B, option C. I don't know if the board members had seen the letter at this point. So we're going to rework the way we offer the considerations would be offering the town to more of a bullet point format of everything, line item by line item. We'll ask the board to then go through and see what's most important to them or the town and select 1, 2, 3 items and get back to us for final approval. We have to make sure it's economical on our side for us to move forward with it. But to answer your question, Ms. Demaria, we will be providing it with the application. In essence, it will be part of the application.
I see. That's nice. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Ms. Luttrell?
Yes, thank you. I have no particular questions on this aspect on the modification of the site plan, but I just, as Karina had mentioned, thought that the board should review the letter from Ferris Development to the ZBA and perhaps be prepared to respond to the ZBA at our next meeting, because there seem to be some loose ends. I'll just say that. Thank you.
Ms. Braccio?
Thank you. I don't have any particular questions. I think it's a little premature for that. I know we heard a little bit about a hypothetical property potentially tonight that might be in the mix, but I think I'll hold off on any comments or further questions until there's something, a site plan modification in front of us, and we can have a meaningful discussion. Thank you.
Okay. I have no questions right at this moment. We'll open it up to the public. Ms. Gillespie?
Hi there. I'm Freddie Gillespie, Chair of the Southborough Open Space Preservation Commission, and I just wanted to get a couple of things clear. This is a discussion, not a hearing, correct? So
That is correct.
nothing's being decided. I just wanted to state that the Open Space Preservation Commission has not changed our opinion since the letter we wrote last summer to Mass Housing, which is not in favor of this project for the many reasons we listed in that letter. Some of them have changed as more information has come forward, and I believe we'll be, updating those opinions, but or that opinion. So we haven't supported it. I would just say that in my history of being on the commission, we look at value of open space, and when you're talking a trade, 8 acres next to 100 acres of the most important open space preservation, the most important open space property that's town-owned. Where are you going to find a like parcel? There's more value there than just 8 acres somewhere else. There's way more habitat value and habitat damage that's going to happen from this development going forward. But I wanted to just bring up a few points on that because I'm hearing that people don't think that the open space community is involved because the abutters to the other project are showing up all the time. I kind of disagree, because I've been at most of these meetings, and the planning board, I don't think most people know that the planning board's process is involved, because I think it's at the ZBA, right? Where these hearings happen. So I just wanted to kind of put a stake in the ground saying the open space community is very interested and very concerned. You have the stewardship committee that's been active at the ZBA, as well as the Open Space Preservation Commission. And where there hasn't been a hearing, I don't think you've seen a lot of people showing up, because they weren't aware that they need to be here waving flags and saying whatever attention needs to be garnered to the open space concerns that seems to be directed towards the neighborhood. We never want to be in conflict with neighborhoods, but the open space value and concerns are just as important on a different level as direct abutters to the other 40B. And they should be viewed on the merits of what each individual project has and not play one off. You know, I'm sort of kind of surprised at making a deal to degrade, destroy habitat for a different project. You know, that's not a trade-off I'm happy to hear is even being discussed. So we'll talk about it when we have our meeting and have more opinions. But can we also get a copy of all these letters you're talking about? Because I'm not aware of them.
Yes, yes, and just for reference, the planning board had a letter dated December 4th, 2023 regarding the FD 120 Turnpike Road 40B project, in which Ferris Development Group provided a letter on February 8th, 2024, responding to those. So those are the two letters.
And there's another one from an attorney from the...
Yes, and there's one from Attorney St. Andre, which we received today or Friday. So I'll have those three if anybody needs those, and they'll be attached to the minutes too, but that's a little longer, but
Okay, thank you.
find them.
Thank you. Mr. Palmer?
John Palmer again, 131 Parkerville, and I am one of the abutters represented by Attorney St. Andre, and he was not able to join us here tonight, so I just wanted to respectfully ask the planning board to consider the letter submitted by him today. It's a compelling proposal to both resolve the legal issue with the 120 Turnpike 40B proposal, while at the same time mitigating forthcoming legal issues with the forthcoming 250 Turnpike 40B proposal. So I just asked the planning board to carefully consider that letter. That letter was also sent to the ZBA and also sent to Ferris Development, and we think it's a compelling proposition and something that ought to be given careful consideration.
Thank you. In the Zoom attendees, we have Mr. Ferris. Has his hand raised?
Hey, Jesse, Dave Ferris, I just wanted to come back into the call real quick to comment on what George couldn't, because, he and I have been running around. I just got stateside. And what I wanted to share is I do think some planning board overview on this thing makes sense. And I also don't want to leave the meeting with the impression that, the lawyers can't answer the question just because we haven't flushed it out internally between colleagues. But I think the spirit of what I was agreeing to, and I do think makes sense, is to have a planning board that spends a ton of time on all these setback issues, lighting issues, and all these things that are important to the community as part of it. I get it that the traditional path in bigger towns is run it through ZBA, but I think that to the extent the board wants to be constructive and find a path to fast track this and get it done responsibly that matches with the goals that the planning board has, I'm all for that. I think relative to, I think it was Ms. Houlihan's comment about how do you get to an answer on these things? I think this is a lot of the reverse of what I just said with Fuss and O'Neill, which is if you're going to travel down this path of concessions or mitigation, whatever the term you want to use, I think you really need the town council when we get to the point of those critical 1 or 2 meetings where we're discussing those issues. Because to be very direct, this is and I think, you don't need to roll the tape back further than January when, some of the very planning board members were saying, we want another lawyer's opinion because Jay's doesn't, not giving it the kind of attention and time and direction that represents our interest. Now he is aligned with your interests. And so it's sort of consistent that we want to keep his opinion. That's fine. It's just, there's enough legal gray area that I just point to the point that it can be a long, messy thing like other projects that have been before this town. I think that if you go back and just shifting one more time to Ms. Gillespie's comments, I want to give her the commitment that this isn't like last minute horse trading of we're trying to promise one site or work with the neighbors in one development at the expense of the community open space. That letter crossed my desk late this afternoon, and I looked at it and said, I'm sort of surprised that, we covered this in a meeting that wasn't something on the table. We've reiterated that. We have a very clean, quick workaround at 250. I don't know that it'll be as good for the neighbors as what we originally thought in concept. We've worked with the state, spoken with them about how we'll modify that. So 250 was never to be linked with 120, and it really should stay independent, and we should try and find a path if it makes sense to do it. And if it doesn't, we should just close it off. But I really do think it's good for the town, and I do reiterate what I said before, which I think most town residents don't want 40Bs in their backyard. I think if you look at the upheaval that's occurred in the community over and over again, in all the legal angst and disputes and the years of litigation and the amount of money spent, it's just a textbook lesson of not repeating history. So I'm here and available on these calls to have direct, candid discussion with you, the chair tonight, Jesse, or the then chair, whoever it is, and the members. So that's the only reason I chimed in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferris. Mr. Glazer, I believe, has his hand raised. Thanks.
Hello?
Hi, yes, sir. Can you
Yeah.
please introduce yourself and give your address?
Yep, good evening. Eric Glazer, 9 Skylar Drive, also in a butter represented by Attorney St. Andre. I just have I think a basic process question. And I ask if the land swap concept, regardless of whether it's the 250 property or some other thing, if that is to be considered, is that approved and executed at a board level, or does that have to go to town meeting to get approval?
That's an excellent question. From my perspective, I think the first thing would be, is the proponent amenable to it? Where it would go from there is a question for town council. And this is early days on this,
of course,
Mr. Glazer, so this will be on the agenda on the March 11th. And I'm sure we will have more information then about the next steps.
I mean, just stating the obvious, part of the reason why I ask is just the substantial value of that land and getting some meaningful value for it if the land swap is to be considered versus just a piece of land somewhere that they could pick up for whatever, and it ultimately would have very little impact to either abutters or the broader community. So thank you for listening.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Anything else from you?
Nothing from me.
Anything else from the board? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Next agenda item is Public Works Planning Board, which I believe Mr. Muriel will lead that discussion.
I just have a very brief update. Last time we spoke was following one of the select board meetings, where sort of a little turn of event where the select board voted to add a clause or something to the Public Works Advisory Committee draft warrant article to sunset the committee after 10 years. Had myself very upset, Mr. Litt very upset. And so the update from that is, I believe, at the February 14th meeting, it was reconsidered, and that warrant article has their okay without that specific clause, so no sunset. It's not to say there are not going to be people who may want that, because evidently there was some, I guess, public participation where there was somebody who wanted it, made their voice known. So I think that's my only update. And Tim, do you have anything additional?
Well, first, a thank you to the planning board for sending a note to the Board of Selectmen that it helped the cause of inverting that unfortunate decision. The only other update is that advisory voted 6-0 to support both articles. So I think I think the only remaining stakeholder who hasn't voted on this is the Capital Committee. I offered them the opportunity months ago, so presumably at the last minute they'll get there.
Thank you very much for your good work and the great news on that adjustment. Thank you. Next item, anything from any other board members on this? Next item on the agenda, Northborough Road, Chapter 61 parcels, town's right of first refusal. That's a discussion. Karina.
So first of all, the select board has this on their agenda for tomorrow's meeting with them. The planning board had submitted a list of 5 questions to town council to review the status of the notice of first refusal. What's it called? The right of first refusal. I'm sorry, I'm running out. Those questions were, has town council deemed this to be a bona fide offer? Do the conditions on the offer disqualify it from being a bona fide offer? What is the purchase price of the town must match? Can the town exercise its right of first refusal and pay via a 3-year payment option? And do the parcels need to be acquired together, or could one or the other be considered independently? Long story short, I believe that upon review, it may be considered not a bona fide offer, which the town council had some discussions on, but that'll be further investigated tomorrow.
Can we just back up on that for a second?
Sure.
Because in the packet, there appeared to be like a purchase and sale contract.
Correct. So when you have a notice of first right of refusal, there's a notice that they intend to sell and giving the town first right of refusal, and they send that to various departments. They also provide a purchase and sale agreement that shows the offer that somebody, it's supposed to be a valid offer from somebody else that the town would then use to match or to gauge whether they want to pursue it at that market criteria that somebody else has offered on the market.
So when town council deems this not to be a bona fide offer, are they basically, what does that mean?
That means that the P&S had certain conditions and not a clear defined value of the property. And there were like staggered pricing based on what would be retained as farmland. I can't say specifically, I'm kind of talking around the outside of this.
Jesse, if I may, just add something.
Sure.
So it also stops the clock on the 30 days that the town has for the right of first refusal?
But you mean town council asserting that it's not a bona fide offer stops the clock?
Well, the select board would have to, and Mimi, you can jump in here. I know you're up to speed on this too. The select board would have to send a letter letting them know that it's not a bona fide offer.
And it's
So the 120-day clock that you have to excise the right of first refusal stops when the letter is sent. Maybe, am I saying that right?
You're correct. And if I could just expand a little, and I'm not an attorney, but my understanding is the offer has to be a clear purchase price without any contingencies or conditions. So the town knows, oh, if I pay X, then we can, exercise our right of first refusal and buy the property. And that P&S had all kinds of different contingencies and prices per acre, and so it was difficult to figure out what the match would have to be.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, on this basis, we basically, as a town, have an extension.
Well, so
time
the
frame.
select board, who it's on their agenda tomorrow, can just ignore it and decide not to exercise the option, or they can send that letter, which would stop the clock and,
Got it. Thank you for clarifying that. And I'm sorry to interrupt, Karina, you were saying?
Oh, no problem.
You were on,
I just wanted, I realized, so when you receive this notice of right of first refusal, the town has 30 days to look at it and respond back, whether they want, like Mimi said, ask the proponent to clarify and amend their information, or do nothing, or act on it, because they can disregard everything and actually act on it if they wanted to. There's kind of three things. And then the 120 days is, if the select board decided to move forward, they have 120 days to make it happen, is my understanding. That's all I wanted to say. One long sentence.
so you were going through town council's points when I interrupted
Oh,
with my question.
so,
I think you were on number 3.
oh, I read them all. I read
Okay,
all five.
sorry.
They were all 5 questions.
Well, what about the one that my subcommittee is the most curious about is number 5. Do the 2 parcels need to be acquired together, or could one be considered independently? If you could
Yeah.
touch
let
on
me
that,
just read
please.
here. So, town council had examined the P&S further, and that the price of each lot cannot accurately be determined, i.e., is it an overall purchase price? And we have individual rights with respect to each parcel. Accordingly, we would recommend you send a notice to the proponent that invites them to send a refined P&S. So because of the way they broke it up, town council couldn't determine the price of each lot accurately, i.e., it is an overall purchase price, and we have individual rights with respect to each parcel. So I assume that means that you could buy, the town could possibly, and I don't know the answer, again, I'm not an attorney, do they want just one? Is it a whole deal or not? That's not real clear. And I might be making it more complicated than,
I think that's up in the air right now.
yeah, it's still up in the air.
Okay.
But they're, yeah, but it is being discussed tomorrow, probably in more detail at the select board.
Okay, so it's being discussed in more detail. So planning board's next steps is to wait for select board to review this. This is also on the Shopsy agenda for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Anybody else on the board have any questions, comments?
Jesse, if I may, again, sorry.
Please.
So I think Shopsy should still keep this on their radar and continue to talk about this, because I think if it comes back with a bona fide offer, which if the select board sends council's recommendation letter, you could hear back from the proponent within, a matter of time, and you could get another offer put on the table relatively quickly. And I think there's a huge opportunity here. And I think Shopsy should definitely be involved in this. And this actually, in a sense, isn't a bad thing, it gives us a little bit more time to be a little bit more proactive, knowing that this is coming down the road. So I do think it's imperative, well, there's maybe nothing to discuss because we don't have all the answers yet, but to know this is on the radar and to start thinking ahead of when the clock does start ticking again, how we could, move this forward within the 120-day window.
Thanks, Lisa. Anybody else on the board?
Yes, could I add to that?
Sure.
I think it would be helpful for the planning board to write a quick note to the select board encouraging them to send that letter requesting a bona fide offer and not just ignore it. We have, they've had decades of tax relief and we've gotten that land that's not developed, and the other benefit to the town is the right of first refusal. And I don't think that it's within the best interest of the residents of the town for the select board to just ignore that and do nothing about it. I think there may be some opportunities here.
Ms. Willian?
I concur with Ms. Luttrell. I also agree there's some really good opportunities with Ms. Braccio said, and Shop C staying involved. I think if we can somehow acquire this land or some of it, it would benefit some of the housing crises that we face.
Mr. Maria? Sorry.
Yeah, I also agree. I was wondering if Shop C had known about this parcel or had thought about what, how much you might like from it, or had discussed it in the previous meetings or anything like that?
So my recollection is that this came up at the last planning board meeting and was added to the Shopsy agenda. Is that correct, Dorian? Correct. Thank you.
It was never really on the horizon.
It is now.
Parcel that you wanted.
Sorry, can you go to a mic if you
Oh,
want?
yeah, sorry.
Just,
Either.
yep, step on up.
And you've waited 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
I missed.
Don't break your foot.
Dorian Jasinski, 33 Presidential Drive, Chair of the Shopsy. We put this on our agenda to discuss it, to look at what opportunities we would have for housing. Obviously, we would want it for affordable housing. My understanding is there's 2 parcels. I would like as much of it as we could to get as many homes as we can to help as many people as we can. But we will be discussing that tomorrow night. So we'll come up with some ideas. I may send a note to the selectmen to ask them to please send a letter and, not just disregard this and lose an opportunity for housing to help people. So we'll see what my board comes up with, and then we'll take action from there.
Thank you. Thanks. Ms. Gillespie?
Hi, Freddie Gillespie, Chair of the Open Space Preservation Commission, and I am speaking that this parcels would be of interest to the Open Space Preservation Commission. I was happy to hear Mimi's suggestion that you write something, because sounds like if the selectmen can not take action tomorrow, and then it's off the table. So we're going to be discussing it at our next meeting, but we couldn't meet since we found out before the selectmen have this opportunity tomorrow. So I can write as an individual, but I can't say the commission's perspective. And I think when you look at any of these Chapter 61 properties, right of first refusal, the best practice is to engage all the stakeholders in the town. And I'm not saying I don't think that affordable housing would, for this particular one, my personal opinion, would be the best use of the land. So you don't always want open space and housing and recreation and all the uses fighting against each other, but all the uses need to be looked at. You don't just say, we're going to use it or we're not going to use it. Let everyone look into it, because there could be a proposal that had some open space and housing, some recreation uses and housing and open space. I mean, you don't know until people have the opportunity to look at it, and that's what a really good plan that, we had discussed doing in the past. You know, day one, when you get the notice, everyone gets notified and starts working together and having all the stakeholders involved. So I'd really appreciate it if the planning board does send that letter, because at least you're meeting tonight and you can, to the select board asking them. And you could even say that you had some support for that from the comments as well. So thank you.
Thank you. So next steps on this, Karina, will you be sending the letter to the select board? Thank you very much.
I will draft it in the morning, because their meeting's tomorrow night. And I know that we received the notice on February 5th, I believe it was, and the 30 days ends March 5th, right around there, somewhere in there, March 4th, March 5th. So it's my understanding it'll be a letter encouraging the select board to request they follow up with the proponent for a bona fide offer for the property.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Next item on the agenda, planners report.
Just over here for a second. All right, I'll try and make it really short. Get everything in. All right, planners report. We have, the Neary Building Committee is hosting 2 open public forums, Thursday, February 29th, and Monday, March 11th. There was a flyer that was posted. You can probably find it on the town website. Come and share your comments and questions at Chartier Middle School Auditorium. Again, February 29th and March 11th. I think I did tell you, I reached out to Bill Cundiff, DPW Director, to let him know that there was that Article 27 last year at town meeting that authorized $30,000 for the use of tree inventory, tree types of things. There's a CPTC annual conference on 2024, if any planning board members want to attend that. It's Saturday, March 16th at Holy Cross College, and they usually offer a whole bunch of neat workshops there, talking about zoning and probably MBTA, I don't know. There's also a virtual session of Boston Business Journal that Marnie passed around to us, the impact of hybrid work and remaining CRE. So that was sent to everybody, just so you know. There's also Mass Housing Program Housing Institute 2024 is June 12th to 13th. If anyone's interested, I'm sure the topic will be MBTA communities. Again, we have budget for planning board members to attend things like this if you have the bandwidth, but I understand. There's also an MMA legislative breakfast on March 1st, where there will be legislative update on things. Let's see if I covered everything. That's done. I'll still need, at some point, someone to work with, a planning board member to work on the interviews once the on-call consulting services RFP goes out. It's still pending some information back from Mark Purple about the approach. I think Mimi had said she should cover that if anybody else didn't have the bandwidth. And again, it would just be like shortlisting and then the interviews at the shortlist, if we take that route. The other route is to not advertise it in the central register, which is, you can do this as well, and you just pick 5 consultants that you want to entertain, come in, and it whittles it right down. And I think with Bill Cundiff as the DPW director, and me and Melissa and Lara, we have a good handle on some consultants that may be viable, but we're waiting for Mark Purple to, he signs those contracts, so we wait for his opinion if he wants it in the central register or not.
And that's an RFP specific to the Fuss and O'Neill work that we do, right? So it's
Yeah.
entertaining others. So I'd be willing to offer. I just think my bandwidth and capacity sometime would be troublesome for me to participate, but as long as there's someone to back up, I'm willing to be part of that. And I will say, I do think Mr. Ferris has some valid points around having participation at our meetings. I think it's much like we'd like town council there, we'd like Fuss and O'Neill or a consultant, so I think it should probably be part of our process.
Attend meetings regularly.
I think less regularly, but I think if the point made is if it's going to delay multiple weeks because it's the back and forth and it's not as major, but it's the minor details that are delaying approval of something. I think, I don't know what that looks like. At least once a month or something like that,
Yeah, and
or the end of the application.
I understand Mr. Ferris's input on that. However, when you're at a meeting and someone says, well, you don't have the foundation drain on the as-built because you didn't put it on there, or, you didn't do the as-bills 2 or 3 times for the prior permits and it got kicked down to now, it's also difficult for an engineer to sit at the planning board meeting, get that information, and figure it out and say, okay, they have to sit down with the plan, they gotta look at the hydraulic, the stormwater report. There's a lot goes into it, how significant is it? Takes more than just off-the-cuff answer, and I understand, when Scott Doty provided his feedback, his responses, he didn't supply a drainage calc right away. He just said, oh, we know that it doesn't do this and this and this. It was Fuss and O'Neill's review that looked at the plan and said, it doesn't impact it. So they made the effort to do that, which takes some time. If they had been provided data from the get-go, it might have been faster to compare. So I just think it's not always so easy. That it is good if they attend, but you can't always make those decision or answers at those meetings. Because they'll always say, my guess is they'll say, well, we understand the information and we think this and this, but we need to go back and verify. And then that still takes, because we meet every 2 weeks, usually. So, and 2 weeks is not always a fast enough turnaround time from getting the information. So that's all. In some cases, it probably will work, like if it's a landscaping question or something that's just more tangible or more evident.
Anything
Shut me
else?
up. Don't ask me again.
Is that it?
That's it. No, I think so. I think that was it.
Your microphone.
You did ask me last time about the stones at Heritage Park and if they were reused, and I don't know if I answered that last time. But yes, it was confirmed that those stones that were salvaged were reused in the wall along the park. And if you drive by there and you look, on one side, the park side, it's nice round stones which look like those stones, so it looks like the case. And on the other side, the newer wall, those are flatter stones. So, the work on the illegal tree removal, I just received correspondence from that resident, and I have to forward that to the DPW and the tree warden designee to follow up on that.
Thank you. It looks like the minutes are tabled to the next meeting. Am I correct? Yes. And by next meeting, I mean the 11th.
Sure.
Right? We're not going to be voting on minutes during the single agenda item public hearing.
Not unless you want to.
I think we will wait until the next meeting.
Okay.
Unless the other board members have a differing opinion on this? No?
That's fine.
Mimi, you got to get back in here. I have a new appreciation.
Hey, great job, Jesse. Thank you so much.
I have such a appreciation for the work you do, Mimi, in this role as chair of this board. Thank you for that, and I look forward to your taking the helm back at the next meeting.
Well done, Jesse. I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, Stein, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes?
Luttrell, yes?
Brush, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. How did you get back?